And in real life.
All right.
This is the point where you
Hello.
say something.
Yes, hello.
Like an idiot.
Hello, everybody. We are a little late in game. We are a whole day late in game because if you can't tell from the sound of my voice, I have a cold. It totally kicked my ass
she'll be
yesterday.
fine.
Oh no, dude! Last night was awful. I couldn't. I was like maybe getting like.
Do you know it's
5
a
minutes of
terrible
sleep.
thing to do? Stop drinking when you're not feeling well.
No, I hadn't been, and then until I got to like 5 in the morning, and I hadn't been able to sleep all night. So I did take a couple shots. But that's about it. Because just to be able to pass out, man. And of course, today we have very bad news that Queen Elizabeth II has passed away. The
terrible.
longest ruling monarch, though.
Second.
In the history. Was second? Who was longer?
King Louis.
Oh, in the world. Longest ruling for the UK.
Yeah, okay. Yes, she is, or was rather, I apologize, Britain's longest ruling monarch.
Yeah. If you have the tab open or the share screen thing, I have a bit of a tribute that I threw together very, very quickly. Just we'll start out the stream with, please, respectful Fs and 07s in the chat. I have a little, very, very quickly thrown together a little tribute video that I thought we'd start the stream out with. Before we get disrespectful to women, I thought we should pay some respects to an actually impressive woman. Because because I'm going to be talking some trash about some ladies tonight. Namely,
yes.
AOC, Olivia
That's
Wilde,
not a woman.
Jennifer Lawrence, etc.
Yeah, go on.
Is it centered?
Yeah, it should be alright.
It doesn't look centered on my side at all.
Oh, just shut up and play the thing.
No, I mean, like, I don't even know if you can see it. Okay, whatever. Alright, I'll just play it. There we go. I put pop music on it because I didn't know what else to, alright? And I have a deal with this company, so. This is Concordia Recordings, check them out.
She actually worked on engines during the Second World War.
I know! It's super fucking cool.
Based.
I know.
So let me sing for you, like the birds in the mountains do, like a child who cries for you, so let me sing for you, about the streets and the avenues, there's nothing I'd rather do.
That's a whole life of duty.
I know. It's amazing, really.
People think, oh, look, the Queen has got such a prestigious position. Like, that's fucking work. It's like... What's up, Saudis?
Yeah.
Ah, yes, my turn. What's up, Thatcher? Can't say jokes. What's up, Nelson?
Yeah, no.
Oh, I was gonna make a horrible joke now. Not about the Queen, by the way.
Oh. Oh, 07 chat. There we go. Put that together in about an hour. I didn't have a whole lot of time, but
I will say there is a lot of dignity around people with respect to the Queen, which I actually think is very admirable of people.
I know, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of people on Twitter that makes me want to just punch them.
I've been sick, and then I've been working on putting this together and finishing my video, which I did finish today. I'm uploading it tonight, so it took me a little bit longer because I had to take kind of a sick day. But yeah, I haven't looked much at Twitter because, I mean, I think I was just like listening to somebody like on a stream, and they said it, and then Bill at the same time came upstairs and said, "Oh, did you hear that the Queen passed away?" I knew that we were talking earlier just today that she was in really bad health, so we knew it was coming. But yeah, I haven't seen anyone be super disrespectful, but I haven't been looking at Twitter, so. Bill said check Irish Twitter, so. But like, hey, it's in the title of the stream. Don't check Irish Twitter. So,
yeah, but the Irish can fuck off.
Don't you live in Ireland, Spoon?
Listen here, I am one of the few South Africans that will not shit talk the British because I don't actually have an issue with the English.
Yeah.
I actually have great reverence for the English because I actually think the best order the world has ever seen is when it was under the British Crown. Because I actually think they're the best, most benevolent rulers of the world. More so than the Dutch, which is really saying something. I just have to like be honest. Who did the best for the world? The British.
Yeah.
Best government in the world? British. And if you don't like it, that's because you're gay.
I'm obviously a bit biased on the part of the Yanks, just saying. But we have our faults and flaws. Hey, I know, but hey, like the America's biggest flaw was not making George Washington king.
Yeah, that probably it would have been interesting if that's what Hamilton wanted to do. Several of them did. For those of you guys who don't know this, Alexander Hamilton, funny enough, thought that the president should be a lifetime position.
Yep.
And if you look into the reasons why, he said because they would be more concerned about getting reelected than actually running the country. Doesn't that sound really familiar?
Yeah, I know someone mentioned using... DP also mentioned using Sarah McLachlan, but the thing is I have to find music that's not copyrighted. I've worked with that company before, that's Concordia Recordings here on YouTube. If you like poppy music or stuff that is
you can play Anarchy in the UK by the Sex Pistols.
That is copyright free to use in your own projects, Concordia Recordings, because I was trying to find a song again really quickly that would be appropriate. So, yep. I think that was Concordia Recordings. Anywho,
you could have played God Save the Queen, maybe.
I could have, but I wanted to do
British national anthem.
Yeah, something poppy, I guess. I don't know. A bit more sentimental than the obvious. Anywho, and if I had more time, I'd do something better. I'll put something together.
So look, there's an Irish person in the chat that has a sense of style. Well done.
Yes, very based.
Yeah, well done.
I'll try to put together a better kind of tribute when I have more than an hour or two.
It's punk to pirate or not pay copyright fees, yeah.
It is, to be fair, it is today that the title of our podcast has a bit more meaning than usual, I suppose.
Oh yeah, that's very true.
Very sad.
And it only broken for a couple of hours before King Charles takes the throne.
Not necessarily looking forward to that
either.
I
don't trust Prince Charles was shit, he's a twat.
Yeah, he really is. Not looking forward to
He doesn't have
that
the reverence that Queen Elizabeth had.
No.
Or even Prince Philip, for that matter. Prince Philip was at least funny in his racism. Whereas Prince Charles was just a gimp.
Yeah. Speaking of gimps.
I mean, people used to make fun of Prince Philip all the time for the crazy shit that he said, so...
I know.
Which was at least funny, so...
Speaking of gimps, when you get a chance, I'm sharing my screen again.
Oh, okay. I actually have that pulled up.
Okay.
Oh my god! Look at this. Look at this. This is a politician, ladies and gentlemen. Does this face look like a politician to you? It's just
No.
No, exactly. What the hell? Why? I mean, the bigger the hoop, the bigger the hoe.
She's certainly going for that, yeah.
Yeah, also, that doesn't even look like earrings. I don't know why, but it just looks way too freaking big.
No, it looks like piping.
Yeah, it does.
For
like copper wiring or something.
Yeah, copper wiring. She must have stolen it.
Yes. She's not a very good. Well, she can act like an idiot. She's very good at doing that.
Stolen copper wiring. Oh my god! Have you ever seen those live leak videos? That stuff. Oh my god! Nightmares forever. Oh my god! Have you ever seen people try to steal copper wiring out of houses while the electricity is still running? Because I have, against my will, on 4chan and stuff. You just click on a WebM or a GIF, and it's like, oh my god! You just get someone to see cooked alive because they try to rip the copper wiring out of houses while there's still electricity running through them and shit.
Aiden, where am I from?
Oh, that's true. That's you're from the home of people ripping copper wiring out of live electricity.
There's this video. I think this is in South Africa because based shit I can't say on the stream, but it's only a certain type of people that do that. It's not white people.
DP says these are the rings of power. Oh no, you know what they look like? The shower curtain rings.
Yes, they do. Oh my god, they totally do, and now I can't unsee it. Yeah, it totally is. But there's a video. Maybe I could pull it up. It is of South Africa, I would assume.
I'm pretty sure the video I watched was from South Africa. I mean, the guy got literally cooked alive. It was one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen. Oh. Vosh approved photo. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I don't know how much of this we're going to read because it is
long as balls.
Truly a novel. I don't even know if we want to read any of it. It's a 23-minute read according to my page.
So it's going to be the rest of the stream because of the way we talk about it.
I don't really want to. I just want to, I think actually the point is to bring up just that this article exists because it's pathetic. It's a whole. She was on the cover of GQ.
I actually want to do a
with
video on this
that deer in headlights photo, and they all look like deer in headlights.
Her eyes are just as dark as mine. I find that offensive.
Oh yeah, you do have really dark eyes.
Yeah, I have very, very dark eyes. Except I'm better looking than her.
She's basically Angloism. Hey man, how's it going? So she's a chef. She cut the copper wiring from the metro line.
Yeah, because the video that I saw was someone on those massive power lines, the big ones.
Yeah.
And they get shocked and fall down, and their skin is basically just peeled like they're a piece of fried freaking bacon.
Dude, when I was trying to, when I showed you that.
Do I think Princess Diana would have made a good queen? I don't think she would have been the queen. Prince Charles would have been the king because he's the one that he's a Windsor.
She can never be. She can't be queen. She'd only ever be a princess.
Yes, whereas Prince Charles can be a king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even had she not been fucking around with Dodi Al-Fayed, you know,
or the Britain's or England's rugby captain, allegedly.
And look, she was being, let's just say, a big hoe, okay, from all accounts, and being rude, that's why, like, I mean, I guess Meghan should count her lucky stars that the Queen passed away.
Go on.
That Meghan should count her lucky stars that the Queen passed away because she kept saying rude things about the royals and acting really pompous and bitchy. It's like, I don't know if you're aware of what happened to the last non-royal person who married into the family who acted like that, but it didn't go well. Let's put it that way.
Look at what I just set you on Discord.
Yeah. That's spicy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think you could say that aloud, but
yeah, but not today.
Not today.
No, it's nothing to do with it's to do with the Queen. It's actually not disrespectful to the Queen. It's more disrespectful to Diana.
Yeah.
I don't care. That joke is funny.
No.
It's something you would hear Frankie Boyle say if he wasn't a complete cock.
I like Frankie Boyle. Well, I mean, I like his jokes. To. Yeah, I like his jokes, but you really, here's the thing. You really, really got to separate comedians from their politics. There's no other way to survive in this day and age.
Yeah, otherwise it's just kind of gay.
You can't enjoy any comedy because, for whatever reason, I mean, like, comedians have always given their political takes, but, I mean, to some degree, but now it's usually so bad. Yeah. Anywho, I don't know how much of this we want to read. Actually, do you want to read any of it? If you just want to scroll through and show people how, like, just excessive self-flagellating this article is. is fucking autofellatio. Actually, it's not autofellatio. It's just fellatio because someone else wrote it.
Yeah. I did want to do a video. I'm not going to read this shit, though, because it is absolutely ridiculous.
Just... Yeah, can AOC read? That's a good question. I like how Bill can just hear, so he's just offering his points.
No, she can't. What is it? Because look at this pose. This just screams arrogance.
I mean, she also looks confused. Like, in both of these photos, she looks like I think her idea of, like, make a sexy face is look confused.
That's because
look like you're not sure where you are. I mean, like, look, she must not know this. Like, okay, someone has to, like, once you become a politician and a public figure, to tell you basic stuff about photography.
Like, Trump's good at that.
No, okay, couple... Listen here, AOC, couple things. When you do not look at the camera, you look right above the camera, okay? You look right above the camera. I only know these things because I did cosplay for 10 years, but there is just a simple one to not make you look like a deer in headlights. Look above the camera. Don't look at the photographer. It looks really weird when you do that.
But the thing that I don't get...
Pro tip.
This woman, what has she actually done?
Nothing.
She's done nothing.
Look at this giant article that's just...
Yes. Just trying to suck her asshole. And she's literally done nothing.
I don't even think there's any point in reading this. Because just look at it. Just look at how long it is. Yes, it's fellatio.
Yes. And again, she hasn't done anything. Can anyone point to any piece of legislation she passed when this has been good for the country and give me some moniker of its success?
What has she done for her district? In fact, like I told you, we were talking about this earlier. People in her own district were complaining that it's like, she's never here. She's never been here. Like, the second she got elected, she just left and moved into DC.
Yeah.
And it's not like that's totally unusual, but she's never gone back and doesn't do any... I don't think she's done anything to really help with her district at all. Now, knowing that...
Lich.
a leech or a lich? I mean, yes is probably the answer to both. Oh, a ledge. Oh, it could be all three.
What, leech, lich, and what's the last one?
Lich, leech, and a
ledge.
ledge. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. All of them.
A loser.
But yeah, she just has... And a loser. She hasn't done it. She doesn't do... All she does... I mean, she's just a social media person, right?
Yes, I said on my videos, she is the epitome of everything. She's an influencer. She is the epitome of everything that is wrong in modern day society. Mm-hmm. She's a person who is famous for no other reason other than she has a social media following. Like, if social media didn't exist, she would never be in politics in a million fucking years.
Yeah.
Because she's insane.
Neon Suspenders, would you want to live in the Bronx? The Bronx has been largely gentrified, which is another thing that's kind of interesting about this, right? Is that, I mean, there's still bad areas of the Bronx, yeah, I'm sure. But my understanding is that it's been largely gentrified. I'm not from New York City, obviously, but I think that's one of those areas that's changed from being like a shithole into being a
your experience with assault,
quite more expensive place to live. I think she just. I mean, what has she done? I can't point to anything besides complain and lie. She's done a lot of lying. You know what? You asked me what she's done. She's done a lot of lying about her experience in the Capitol, for example, where her story changed. Oh, how many times has it changed? Like 30?
Yeah, I mean, she lies really, really openly.
Yeah, because
in a way that is kind of embarrassing.
When she gets fact checked, which is barely ever, she just claims it's the conservatives attacking her. Yeah. They're attacking a woman of color. Oh, right. Excuse me. I forgot. That's her main go-to is you just want to fuck me. That is the most pathetic,
arrogant thing to say.
No, it's just like that is the most
really
pathetic
cocky,
woman cope, and I don't know what. You just
want to fuck me, like, bitch. No.
This modern woman cope of like everybody who hates me just wants to fuck me. No, they don't.
That's what I'm saying.
No, they really don't.
That's a really arrogant thing to say. Mainly because you're not even that attractive.
You are correct. I did actually know about that and had forgotten about it. She did change the name of some post offices. That is correct. That is a big deal for the Bronx. Go AOC. It's another thing that's been going around. I'm gonna mention very briefly somebody we're not supposed to mention, but I'm gonna do it very much later in the stream. The transgender person who shall not be named because there's some more stuff with them, but it will be very late that I get to it. Huh?
Going with a K?
Yeah, the one with the K. But because it was a very similar thing with that, where that person also claimed that anyone who wasn't interested in their stink, or who wasn't interested in them, was...
Yeah, that's a pretty...
Oh, I was... no, excuse me, I didn't say that at all, Susan. I didn't say anything about a stink ditch. I didn't say that at all. But anyone who wasn't interested in them, or anyone who didn't like...
Fuckhole.
Anyone who... excuse me, what they kept saying over and over on Twitter was that anyone who had any criticisms of them whatsoever just wanted to have sex with them. It's the exact same cope and seethe as AOC. And let me tell you something, ladies. That is the peak level of cope. So I will give you a authentic woman card, because at least you're following the same trend of having the worst, dumbest, bitchiest cope imaginable. Guess what?
And this is a woman saying this, ladies and gentlemen.
People don't want to have sex with you. You are gross. And as a bisexual woman, I do not want to have sex with you. No, thank you. Also, like, just... It's so weak sauce shit. And
what, the idea of just saying, like, if you don't like...
Oh, you have any criticism of me? That's just because you're sad you can't have sex with me. No. Can
you imagine if a guy said... Actually, well, if a guy said that, it's kind of...
It depends. Is it like Chris Hemsworth? Because then, yeah, I guess.
I don't know, because for some reason, when it's a woman, it's really desperate. But if it's a guy, it comes across as kind of confident. Mm-hmm. I don't know why, but like if a guy just says like, "Nah, you just want to fuck me," like,
well, no, I'll tell you why. Here's why.
It's a bit confident.
Like, look at the stats on the dating profile sites, right? They show that like most men want to date like 90% of women. Like they say they're okay with. You haven't seen this? Like I think it's not 90. I think it's 70%. That
God damn, men fucking raise up your game a bit, mate.
No, I'm saying like men are kind of okay with dating women all over the spectrum. But they, of course, gross. hang on. I'm saying they're okay with. Of course, men are more attracted to women who are, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10. No, 7, 8, 9, 10, that kind of range, right? But women on these dating apps, like 95% of women want to date the top 5% of men. That's an untenable percentage breakdown, right?
Why are
95% of women want 5% of men, and they all think they're entitled to and by top 5%, I mean looks, I mean, money, earning. So yeah, when a guy says, it's different when the woman's like, you just want to have sex with me. It's because women do see that, like, men are more accommodating to them being lower, of lower attractiveness, of lower status. Whereas it wouldn't really work with a guy to the same degree, because I mean, it would just be, it'd come off as cool if you just like, you just want to have sex with me.
The percentage is much lower.
Yeah. Right. Which spectrum, autistic spectrum, asking for a friend. Ken's counseling couch. Yeah, I've seen the breakdown on this, and yes, with women, it's a extremely far left leaning slope on the curve, and with men, it's more of a bell shape. In that men understand to a certain degree, right? That if you're a 4, you're not gonna get a 10, right? So you're gonna aim for 5 or 6, right? Unless you have a lot of money. So let's just say for the average guy, men are aware that if it's like let's just say perfect middle average, like a guy, he's a 5, he's an average earner. He's got a couple of skills, but like nothing that makes him really stand out from the crowd. He's gonna look for a 4 or between a 4 and a 6 in terms of the woman that he's gonna look for. A woman who's a 5, just statistically, thinks she deserves a 10. I'm just saying statistically. That's how it breaks down, which is bizarre. And it's why we get so many women, when you look at the polling data, who say, oh, why can't I find a good guy? Where have all the good men gone? Why is it that I'm so alone when in my 30s? It's like, because your standards are insane. That's why.
And utterly unrealistic.
Yes.
Also, DP just says, please tell me you're a fan of Patrice O'Neill. I am, of course, a fan of Patrice O'Neill.
I love Patrice O'Neill. Rest in peace.
Is funny as hell. He's a good man, and also he had really, really based takes on women.
He was very based.
Yeah, but
taken from us too soon.
Yes, I will say this. One thing that guys need to know when it comes to women: tell them no.
Yeah, true.
Nothing will drive a woman more insane than you saying no. There's a woman who is entitled and has this attitude of, I can get any guy. There can be 20 guys fawning over her. If you're the one that just says, yeah, you're nothing special, fuck off, she will go home and fixate about you all damn night. Why does he say no and all the other ones? Like, what makes him so special? Why does he think he's so much better? That will drive a woman nuts.
Oh, also, I see Orno in the chat, and Orno gave us 10 earlier. Thank you, Orno says, this is for Aiden. I've been trying to remember Harrison Bergeron for months now. It's been driving me up the wall, and you mentioned it on the Idiot Speech stream. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, thank you, Orno. And nice to see you back in chat.
You're welcome.
We do mention Harrison Bergeron quite a lot because it is always relevant. But yeah, why I think you're completely correct on that.
With women, though, is that you just need to say no.
It's because so many men say yes to everything.
That's so boring.
Exactly.
I remember this.
That's why then the no becomes exciting.
I remember this one quote, and this is one of the. I will say this. This is something that a friend of mine told me years ago when I was much younger, but I didn't understand that at the time. He said to me, "Never tell a girl that you like her." Mm-hmm. And I didn't understand what he meant by that. And the logic is basically because if you tell a woman that you like her, she knows your intentions.
Okay.
And then she can fuck with you. Whereas if you don't tell them what your intentions are, and they just get to know you as a person, it's much more organic. And yes, this does work.
This is terrible. This is terrible advice, and I'll tell you why. This is how you end up in the friend zone. Do not listen to this, guys.
Okay, no, I'm going to disagree with you.
That's how you end up in the friend zone.
No, it isn't. This is bullshit. The people who say this is how you end up in the friend zone does not know how to use trust to turn it into a relationship. It's because they're bitches. They have no game. If you have actual skill, you know how to get a girl to like you without getting your hand. And I know this because I can do this.
You have to be really upfront with women that you are interested in them sexually and not. I think you have to be, because otherwise then women put you in the friend zone. I have seen it happen to so many of my male friends my whole life. And it's happened to me where I've been really good friends with a guy, and then all of a sudden he's like, I've been in love with you for years. I'm like, whoa, okay, sorry.
Okay, so this is where I disagree, because I've never had that experience. I tend to just like go.
But
with
I'm
flow.
a nerd, so I guess I think I'm speaking to other nerds here, right? Like you're not a super turbo nerd, and I would say the opposite has also been the case for me. Where like most of the guys that I've gone out with in my life, I know. Well, yeah, you're into sport and stuff. Most of the guys that I've gone out with in my life, I've asked out, and then with almost every single one, it was like I asked them out, and they were like, "Oh my god, I've had a crush on you for forever," but I didn't want to let you know about it. And so it is kind of a fucked situation, right? Like you have, unless you have, it's a girl like me who's okay with that, with letting somebody know, you're gonna end up friend zoned by that shit if you don't let a woman know that you're interested in her sexually, pretty much from the get go. You do risk falling into the friend zone on that.
Oh, okay. I've not had that experience. So, am I the exception to the rule here?
I mean, I don't know.
It might be really conceited.
No, I mean, it might be like.
I mean, the voice does kind of.
You're like a good-looking dude who's really in shape and who has a nice voice. So that's probably why it doesn't. You haven't had this experience instead of like a normal, like, average dude who's a nerd like most of us. You know what I mean?
I hate saying that. It makes me sound so conceited, and I hate.
You are conceited though, but some of it's deserved. All right, I'll even give it to you.
Yeah, but okay,
only a little bit. And I hate to do that because your ego does not need any help whatsoever. Holy shit.
No, but here's the thing. There's a part of me that uses like the looks thing because look, I hate things like I know I'm a really good looking guy, but I don't like saying that because the face.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't, because the face is an inheritance. I didn't do anything to earn that. That's just luck of the genes. Thank you, Mom. Mm-hmm. Because like I really take after my mother. Like facial wise, I look. If you put me and my mother next to each other, like yeah, that's definitely your son. He looks exactly like you. Next to my father, people don't fucking even know that I'm his son. So definitely got Mom's face. And the voice thing is just, I don't know, testosterone. God bless that one. But yeah, because I don't like boasting about that shit because that's an inheritance. I didn't do anything to earn that. That's just luck of the draw. So I use it as like a meme.
No, but you do work out and stuff like that and take care of yourself, and that is a huge thing too. In terms of the reason for women, if you're trying to pick up a girl, you know what I mean?
Yes, but I would say the reason I eat well and like a possessed monk is because I had really, really bad acne growing up. And I had severe acne, like 4 out of 5. I went to a dermatologist and just said, like, get this out of my face. This is ridiculous. When I was like 18 years old. So there was a lot of heavy shit in my childhood that I did not like. That's probably the most scarring thing. And I went to a dermatologist, a South African one, because thank God he was actually close by. And he just said to me, yeah, just take these medications, put this on your face. 3 days later, gone. Boom.
Really? Oh my God. I had a friend in high school who had acne. She's first of all, this girl, like 6'6", beautiful, like blonde hair, just really pretty. She's tall as not 6'6", probably like 6'3". She's tall as fuck though.
Shit.
Or like 6'3" though, and tall as shit, gigantic girl, but model, like, you know what I mean? Like she would have been a model. Legs for days, tall, thin, but had not huge boobie, because no one that tall generally does, but you know what I mean, like
boobies.
Beautiful. Like again, this girl could have been a model, like this day she turned 17. You know what I mean? Could have gone and done runway stuff, but she had the worst. Also, super like sweet. She must have been like 6'3". Normally not 6'6", but like 6'3". She had horrible acne, and for years, and it was like. And ended up with permanent scarring on her face because of the fucking acne. It was awful. It's like, Jesus. And there was no, like, simple medications, I guess, because I remember talking to her, but we weren't really close. But, like, she saw everybody, like a whole bunch of dermatologists all over the place to get treated. And that fucking sucks for so many people who have those acne problems as teens. Like, there's nothing you can do about it sometimes,
Yeah, I had extremely sensitive hormones, and to this day I still do. That's why the main reason I started eating well is because I noticed if I ate even to this day, if I eat chocolate, it really fucks with me. So the main reason I can eat really well is mainly because of vanity.
I don't like eating.
Well, yeah, it's because you get your mainly caloric is through alcohol.
Cheers. Kampai, skull.
Yes, I am drinking beer right now. So yeah. So
whatever.
Yeah, so that was the main reason why I was able to keep myself in shape, and mainly because when I started reading exercise books, the Mike Mentzer book, he looked at exercise like it was technical. It wasn't. It was formulaic, but there was a method to it, and I went, ooh, I get to practice the art of sculpture, which is like bodybuilding, because he presented it like
very based.
Yeah, he presented it like an art form, and I could
read. Have you read Bronze Age Mindset yet?
I have not.
What are you doing?
But basically, so the book.
Guys,
that I read,
look at this. This nerd hasn't read Bronze Age Mindset yet.
Shut your face. I heard that, Bill. But yeah, so the book combined technical specificity with like the art of bodybuilding. So like I can take like a philosophical approach to this and also mess with the art at the same time, and that really appeals to my nerdy side and my artistic side, and like that gelled really, really well. And that's how I learned to work out, because they were like, this makes way more sense than any stupid mainstream media crap. Like I would say anyone who's interested in bodybuilding or want to get in shape, read Mike Mentzer's book, High Intensity Train the Mike Mentzer's Way. Every other trainer you will ever see in your life will become obsolete if you read that book.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic book. It's really, really good.
Real quick, Ardent Party for 2 Canadians says, boobs. I agree. And then, will Charles' divorce prevent succession? Succession. I always forget succession and secession mixed up when I say them, but no, it won't. It will not. It's to Charles. That's long since established. Which, again, not a great thing. Nah.
Make it actually not ideal. Probably the Statue of David.
Mission complete. You need to add romantic ethics in it to get it done right. I agree, Salmon Fish. Very cool. Let's speaking of base things, let's move away from this horrible AOC article. I only wanted to bring it up to just show the fellating.
The level of arrogance. I saw this was making the rounds on Twitter, and people were tearing it to pieces because it's just drenching in the reason I get annoyed by this is because this woman literally hasn't done anything.
No.
Like she's just like Adam Carolla was on Dave Rubin, and he just said if you took AOC's ideas and put them in Amy Klobuchar, no one would give a fuck.
No.
She's only like this because she is mildly attractive. I don't even think she's attractive at all. Frankly, I have no idea why the hell people pay attention to her. Because she's stupid as shit.
It's because she's stupid and she gets clicks because she...
has tits.
She gets clicks because she's an outrage merchant.
And she's really dumb. She's good at controversy.
And she's good at controversy. That's why she is the left's version of Trump in a bizarre way, but except for, unlike Trump, she has zero positive attributes.
The only way she's like Trump is she has the attraction factor, of just getting people annoyed for some reason. But it's weird because Trump can take the slings and arrows because he does a good job. Whereas she just doubles down and refuses to apologize no matter how stupid she looks.
She's an actress, nothing more, nothing less as Neo Suspenders, and I agree completely.
But that's the bit that I find so frustrating is that she has no self-awareness, and that fucking works. That's the bit that blows my mind. Is that she will never apologize and just does the same stupid shit, and it doesn't
know why
phase
it works, Spoon? Because yes, you're right. She has no self-awareness. But do you know who else has no self-awareness?
Her fans.
Her fans and the average leftist woman.
Yes.
So she's like, yes, Queenslay, she's just like me. A vapid bitch.
I was going to say a vapid bitch who doesn't know anything.
A big booty Latina.
If you listen to her talk, the thing that I find that embarrassing.
She's a thing. I can't stand people who talk like that. Holy crap.
Or Electoral is kind of yeah, but the thing is, if you were if you were a foreign individual and you were to look at American politics, like what I'm doing right now, and I see this as one of your representatives, I would immediately think your country is retarded. I'm not being hyperbolic.
No, I would agree, and I thought you were talking about the language. I was going to say
no, but whenever
I don't think it matters what language you're talking in. You could tell, even if you don't speak English, that someone is sounding stupid if they keep using the same word over and over again. Up-talking. So if I was talking in Japanese and I went, kore wa sore wa desho kata, it doesn't fucking matter what language. By the way, what I said made no sense. It was just a bunch of random words. But eto means or like.
Minavira is right. Valley girl nowhere near a valley. Yeah. That's her in a nutshell. Can I steal that sentence? That's really good. Yeah, Valley Girl, no one near Valley. That is her in one sentence. That's very good. Yeah, I don't know why this woman is so popular.
She's not. She's popular because
morons.
She's popular because she is an actress
who has been pushed
into the limelight because she is relatively
really
attractive,
stupid.
I guess, by some standard.
She's and a 6.
You think so? Her sanpaku eyes freak me out. I don't know.
Let's also chat. Chat, rate AOC out of 10.
Okay, chat. Here we go.
Bear in mind, I will judge all of you.
Hang on. I'll make a poll. I will give a broad spectrum. We'll have 3 options or whatever. AOC.
I wouldn't have sex with her because I have better standards. And also, every girl that I've ever been with has been better looking than her, and I don't downgrade.
All right. I'm adding. Here are your options.
3. That's rough.
I gave a 0 option because of how I broke it down. So I've been seeing pretty solid 7s. I'm seeing solid 7s. I think I'm seeing solid 7s and solid 4s. So it seems a bit mixed. Ornu for 20 says, serious question. Is it odd I'm deeply protective of my great-great-uncle's World War II trophies? I've got 2 of the NTSDP. NTSDP. I should fucking know that. Banners that I clean and press, except for the corner with his signature. It fills me with such joy.
No, because it's a part of your family. And it's also a great part of history. So, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure what NTSDP stands for. I'm sorry. I feel like I should. But, No, I don't think so at all. We've saved a whole bunch of my
no, it's like
World War memorabilia.
No, it's like it's
not memorabilia. What do you call it? That's not the right thing.
I don't want to say this.
War trophies, war trophies. You know.
Yeah, but it is in a sense kind of like a family heirloom, in a sense it's an earned one. Yeah.
I actually think that the way I broke the numbers down is wise, because a lot of people were saying 7. If I put 7 to 10, that's put on the 10 side, but 3 to 6 putting it on the 6 side. So I think that's a good split. Actually, we call this this is called smart design on liquor type instruments. Haha.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, people. I think Amy Coney Barrett is way hotter than AOC.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah. Or
her shrillness, her general personality brings her down. But I mean, like it's just, if we're just going by looks, I'm gonna put her at like a 5 or 6. Her scary eyes really turn me off. Her body's nice, but her face scares me.
Lauren Boebert is way hotter.
Oh hell yeah, Lauren Boebert.
Oh my god, yes,
a million times hotter. Like, absolutely.
Yes, like very based.
Spoon, do you mind if I take over we're showing stuff, or do you want to do it?
What do you want to do?
I don't know, because let's talk about Olivia Wilde.
I can put up the article.
Yeah, sure.
Give me a second. Olivia Wilde.
Because we're talking about bitchy, insufferable women.
That's basically going to be the theme of the stream, by the way.
Yes. Well, hence why the title of the stream is "Other Women Can't Compete." That
woman has a jawline even more sharp than mine.
Who? Oh, Olivia Wilde. I used to think she was cute when she was 13 on House, but what a hideous.
Rephrase that.
No, when she was the character 13 on House. Oh my god. Oh, she played a character named 13. Fuck. Oh.
Don't worry, we know Bill. The context.
I know. Well,
naming all the white chicks.
She has a weird cat face, do you know what I mean? Like her face looks like a lion or something.
Okay, can I say Tulsi Gabbard? Yeah, Tulsi is part of the World Economic Forum, so I don't trust her. Carrie Lake is actually pretty attractive. The woman who's running for governor of California. California, of Arizona, sorry. Marjorie Taylor Greene. There is something about Marjorie Taylor Greene that I find very attractive, and I can't understand why. I like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Have I seen Dev's latest video? No,
What's his latest video?
Why am I mentioning it or something? He has mentioned me in a video before, actually.
Oh, Mike, is it the one he uploaded 6 hours ago? Where I'm guessing because I heard him talking about this shit a while ago. I was still setting up the stream. I haven't seen this video yet. I'm probably gonna have things to say about it. Shall we watch it real quick?
On the stream?
14 minutes. Why not? I don't know. I don't want to be aggressive at Dev. He's a pal, but like. I know what he said, because he was talking to Adam and Sitch about it last night, what he was going to do with it. And he basically said, everybody's going to get mad at me about all my conservative viewers are going to get mad at me because I'm going to like tell them the truth. Not to the wood chipper.
Wait,
character called 13.
Wait, hold on.
It's the one that's called MAGA Republicans.
No, is Marjorie Taylor Greene a bodybuilder?
Really? No way.
I mean, she's built like one. She's built like someone who would fuck you up.
Okay. Do we watch... Hang on. Okay, let me ask you guys this, chat. We have plenty of shit... Okay, should we finish the crapping on women power hour? It seems... every hour. All hours, every hours. Let's finish the crapping on women power hour. And then I think we should address Dev's video, because he may have called out me and Spoon. I don't know. I think what? He seemed a little bit pissed when I mentioned it last night.
He may mention you, but I wasn't on the stream, so he's not going to call me out.
Oh, the NSDP. the Nazi party. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. That makes way more sense.
I was like, what party is that? Yeah, one letter off can make a bit of a difference. National Socialist. Yeah, a little different.
Yeah.
Whew, let's get through this.
Can I be honest about Dev?
Huh? Yeah, sure. I like Dev.
Yeah, here's the thing. I like Dev, but sometimes I said this to Aiden earlier. some of these people seem to have what we call political periods. Where, like, just for once in the month,
yes,
they go completely insane and say shit that is completely off the wall that makes you just go, what the fuck? Like, here's the thing. I've done my channel now for a little over a year. I would think that no one can point to any of my videos and say, Spoon, you've said something really off the wall that is inconsistent with anything you've done so far. Because I don't think I've done that. I'm being pretty consistent. I'm very heavily right-wing, because I'm a monarchist, for heaven's sake. But I don't think people can point to me and go like, oh, this is not very consistent with what you said before.
Yeah.
If someone has anything like that, feel free to tell me, and I'll be happy to clarify. But there's other people that I've seen that just makes me think, fucking hell, like, your opinion is batshit
Well, I actually am really interested in what Dev had to say here, because when he was talking about it with Adam and Sitch last night.
What he said about the speech, this is not going to be.
Well, I sent it to you. That part of the clip where he was just like, "Oh, Aiden," totally when like bullshit. He didn't like what. Yeah, like he seemed irritated at me, and so then like I was like, "Oh, now I'm really interested in what his take is." But we can maybe do that later. Look, if we watch Dev's video, it's with all the love in the world. I have no.
I'm like the stone that does not move. Yeah,
but I am interested in his take. Let's get through our misogyny time here, though.
Based, but not off the rail. Thank you, Rob. That's very kind of you.
Excuse me. It's still like, oh, people don't know the character's name is 13 in House. In House MD.
Is she wearing velvet?
She is wearing a hideous-looking velvet pantsuit. It's really gross.
It's like what Hillary Clinton thinks she can pull off.
Oh, it's awful. So Olivia Wilde has made a startling revelation about the inspiration for Chris Pine's terrifying character, Frank, in the upcoming film Don't Worry, Darling. Olivia has confessed that the charismatic leader of the utopian desert community where the thriller takes place is based on the controversial Canadian psychologist and author Jordan Peterson.
He's only controversial if you're a shithead.
Yeah, the director's current beau, Harry Styles, and Florence Pugh, 26, star as a young 50s couple whose idyllic lives are overturned when Florence's Alice uncovers her husband's dark secret when one of the neighborhood housewives goes missing. So you're just doing...
It looks better on Hillary. Oh my god.
Oh my god, it really does.
I'm not going to lie, I did think that as well. As soon as you said pantsuit.
What's that?
What?
What's the name of the movie?
This would help if you give me a plot line at least, dear.
Stepford Wives. So you're doing a Stepford Wives remake.
Oh, Pew, apparently. That's how you pronounce that.
Yeah, Pew, thank you. Is how I prefer to.
Yeah, that's how I pronounce it as well.
In a conversation with fellow actor and director Maggie Gyllenhaal, 44, for Interview Magazine, the Independent Spirit Award winner explained how she crafted the character. Quote, "We based that character on this insane man, Jordan Peterson, who was a pseudo-intellectual hero to the incel community."
You just said a whole lot of words that
shit in. Wowee. It sucks. What is the role of monarchy in England? Oh, sorry, we'll get to that in a minute.
Basically, what they just said, we based the character on this insane man.
This insane man?
Basically, that just shows you have no idea who he is.
Yeah, you don't know who he is.
Yes.
Pseudo-intellectual. He's a PhD. He's a well-published scholar.
Say that to his face. I want to see his response.
Let's see who cancels who.
Yeah, that was kind of cringe, Jordan. Under that.
I love Dr. Peterson, but sometimes he boomers out a little bit.
Yeah, he has his boomer moments.
To the incel community, and they don't know what incel means. Incel is just any men we don't like. So, insane man.
Incel describes leftists more than conservative men, let's be honest.
Yeah, this is
that's the
buzzword.
Irony is that
this is just
the incels are lefties and the lefties don't like him. That's why that's actually quite funny.
Yeah. Buzzword the sentence. Really quick, CNN Suck says, what is the role of monarchy in England?
Well, the Queen meets with the PM at least once a week. I learned this through V actually. That the Queen meets with the PM at least once a week to discuss it. So I think the Queen does probably have a lot more influence behind the scenes than people really realize. Which makes me worry because I don't know what the fucking hell Charles is going to do some shit.
England is a constitutional monarchy, which means there is obviously the monarch, but their decisions and power is heavily limited.
They don't pass legislation because that's what Parliament does, yeah.
Yes.
Whereas I'm an absolute monarchist, so I want the king to do the legislation because Parliament is fucking gay as shit.
I mean, if you looked at the British Parliament.
Yeah, that's precisely why.
You would understand why we have issues with it.
Yeah. Although I don't think people want Prince Charles to be able to do all the groundwork out of it, yeah.
Nope. So
but then again, it's like the Parliament is really gay as well, so it's like...
Right, so you're taking...
Yeah, people who are never conservative versus... basically a World Economic Forum stooge either way.
This is a thing that I think that you and I, as people who are advocating for a typical system of government to be advocating for, which is monarchy, are more capable of doing than people who advocate for, say, communism.
A little bit, yeah.
Or extreme socialism, is that we can go like, oh, hang on, like, this is a system, and here's the system, here's how it works, here's why we think that it's a good system, but we admit that it has flaws. Whereas people who advocate for democracy or for Republican democracy even, or for socialism or communism, seem to not be able to tell you or explain or admit to the flaws of the systems that they advocate. And I think that anytime someone is trying to sell you something and they say it has no flaws, I mean anything in life, anything that it has no potential downsides, no potential flaws,
is lying.
Be just really skeptical that person's probably lying to you. You know what I mean? Just my opinion. The Life Itself star then explained the incels as a community of disenfranchised, mostly white men who believe they are entitled to sex from women.
Yeah, that's
don't
not
ask
true
the
at all.
Trans community about that at all. Excuse me.
I don't want to talk to them because they're not humans.
They believe that society has robbed them. She continued, the idea of feminism is working against nature.
It is.
It is.
Yes, that's actually true.
It is. And that we must be put back into the correct place.
Agreed.
Guys, either tomorrow or the day after, my video on feminism and modern women's happiness will come out, and if you don't want to die alone and sad, yeah, it probably should be. The psychologist is well known for a YouTube series in which he bills himself as professor against political correctness. See, like they try to
I've never heard him say that ever.
They try to downplay his actual academic bona fides.
Yeah.
This guy, Jordan Peterson, is someone that legitimizes certain aspects of the incel movement, asserted Olivia, because he's a former professor. He's an author. He wears a suit. So they feel this is a real philosophy that should be taken seriously. Olivia, you dumb... You bitch. Ignorant slut. Okay? Like, how do you really... He legitimizes it because he's a former professor. Yeah, he has so much more legitimacy than you could ever in the rest. I have to look up something now.
Ooh, that's Olivia a good question for you.
Wilde. Yeah, what's up? Oh, I will answer that in just a moment.
Yeah,
Olivia Wilde is 38 years old. Oh, she does have children. I was thinking she was childless with something stupid like that came out of her mouth, but she does have kids. Ornu for 10 says... Yeah, thank you again, Ornu says, my little cousin just caught me watching you and gave me money to ask you this when I told him what a monarchist is. Would a properly functioning governance AI make for a good king? Say hi to Adrian. Well, hello, Adrian. We've talked about this a lot. Would an artificial intelligence make a good king? Possibly. But I believe the problem with having an AI is that an AI lacks human experience. Even if it's been trained to, it can't really understand what it is to be human.
Unless it's that Google one that said white people are really based and like Islam is like really shit. Like, god damn.
There's a lot that keeps happening. More importantly, though, what I think matters is that we've talked about this extensively, but the thing with a monarch is that a monarch is ultimately a paternal figure over his family and his extended family, which is his property, which is the people. And people don't like that term subjects. Property, but it's better to say wards. The role of the king is to watch over his children as a father, just as to watch over his wards, the people, his subjects, right? So,
and he wants them
generally
to do well
speaking,
because he sees them as, members of his kingdom. So.
Right. And for that reason, because AI is not human, because AI doesn't have feelings and can't have emotions as of yet until we, hit the threshold of AI being able to experience emotions, which we were supposed to, I think, already have passed that, but we haven't. So until we can get to the point where AI can truly experience emotions, and there's still a problem of physicality, of the feeling of touch and the oxytocin that you experience from physical touch with another person. Maybe good advisors, excellent advisors.
Yes.
But you need an actual human being, I think, to be a monarch, because they can understand, particularly the parent-child relationship and how important it is.
Also, the culture of the land is something I feel like only a human can do. But with like calculations in AI, I think would be good.
It would be
like
very good.
Like this is gonna sound kind of weird, but like Mr. House was very bent on calculations for his projects. I think like that's something an AI would do well.
Mm-hmm.
But I think for cultural reasons and as far as history, no, that's what a human is for. So I think like an AI has its place, but I think it's more like, this is gonna sound kind of weird, but as a calculator.
Yes, realm of brave wolf, noblesse oblige. Yes, yeah. A lot of times when people ask us about monarchy, they'll say like, "Oh, so you just want to be king, so you have ultimate power?" No.
We don't want to be the
not
monarch
at all. Because noblesse oblige is an incredibly stressful thing and taxing thing to because you have to, people as average person,
there's a lot of stress.
might have the stress of having to rule over or
it's a duty,
watch over, be dutiful over their individual family. Imagine your family, the people who depend on you are millions.
I think it's a very restrictive existence.
It is, and the difference between that and a democratic system is that the democratic elected candidate, elected ruler, just leaves. Their obligation ends when their term ends. And in the United States, for example, now a lot of people in the United States and a lot of other countries basically serve for life because they keep running because they keep making money off of it. But for the president, the head ruler in the U.S., it's an 8-year term, and you fuck everything up. You can just leave and be done with it and say bye-bye, and really be held to no account.
But the thing is, I've seen a bunch of people say term limits for members of Congress, and I just think that's not going to work for the same reason it doesn't work with a president. Because what you'll do is you'll be in there for 4 years, so you will just loot the place dry, as you will make as much money as you can in that 4 years, and then get a cushy lobbying job as soon as you leave.
And so put a whole bunch of people in power,
isn't gonna do
a bunch of your friends in power, and then they'll just maintain your power, exponentially, and for an ongoing period of time after you leave the office. It's really the value of having a monarch who rules over things is multifold. One of them is, again, it's a familial tie to the land. It's that
it's a subscription
These
service.
are your subjects. These are people who depend on you, and you have since childhood been taught and trained into that understanding that this is a familial protectorate role. And then you have the other element of it, which is that if you severely fuck up, we will cut your fucking head off.
See, that's the bit that appeals to me the most, is the fact that a monarch is trained from birth. Like, this is what you are groomed to do. Like,
and I think
you are imbibed with a certain set of values because your role is to take care of the land as is your own. Whereas politicians do not give a fuck about that. Politicians I'm in there for 8 and I can just loot as long as I'm in this power. Because the thing is, is any politician ever held accountable for any shit they do in office? No. Never.
The opposite part of the opposite argument, and then we've made this before, is that people don't tend to destroy their property. And I've heard the opposite arguments like, well, some people do. Some people just go buy a new phone and throw it on the ground and trash it.
But it's still theirs.
Yeah, but then the argument that those people would make is that, well, it's theirs. The land is theirs to destroy. That wouldn't make any sense, though.
Why would they? There's no backup.
Well, again, the people who have argued against me on the topic of monarchy have said, well, why don't they? Why don't they just destroy everything? Why wouldn't they just destroy their things? Because they're a bad ruler. But they would say, but some people go destroy their property all the time. These people are crazy.
Drunk or high.
They're drunk or crazy. Yeah. And I mean, that's well, what if they're drunk or crazy? Okay. Well, what if a democratic leader? What if well, that's the idea, is that, not, okay, this is, again, the quote, not with the monarchic situation. Excuse me, let me pull it up. the exact quote, so I don't misquote it.
Which one? The
absolute ruler may be a Nero, but he is sometimes a Titus or a Marcus Aurelius. The people is often a Nero, but never Marcus Aurelius.
Yes,
That's Antoine Ribeiro.
You will never get a benevolent president, ever.
You can get a pretty benevolent one.
The only one the closest you will get in your lifetime is Trump, and he wasn't the politician. That's why.
Because Trump just loved America, had nothing to gain personally from doing it.
Yes.
Besides ego.
Yes, I literally. This is the funny thing that I find is people think Trump's ego was bad. I think Trump's ego was his best feature because Trump went like,
in a way,
everyone sucks and you are terrible leaders, and I can do a better job than you. And he actually proved that to be correct because he did.
Yeah.
He's the best politician that I've seen in my lifetime.
Yeah.
And he just because like, I love my country and fuck you. I like someone that has arrogance that can just say, you all suck and I can do a better job in 4 years than you fuckers can do in 40. And he proves him correct. Like, that's admirable as shit. Like, whether you like it or not, the fact that he can say that and back up his balls is pretty impressive. I think more people should emulate that kind of attitude.
No.
Whether you like his way that, yes, I am for King Trump. I mean, the only thing that would make me a bit iffy is that he is a bit late to be king. But
he's he's getting up there, my dude.
Yes, but I think if someone were to say to me, what kind of personality would you like to have in your monarch? I would say Trump. Because he really likes his country and he genuinely cares. That's the most important thing.
I think he does. Everyone,
he actually gives a shit about it.
People on the left will say, like, oh, he's just pretending.
No.
Why? I mean, I guess the argument, I suppose, would have to be that Trump's just power hungry. He just wanted power. He just wanted it because it's something he didn't have. Is that's why he wanted to be president. It's like, I don't know, man.
But even if that's true,
he had a shit ton of power. He was one of the richest fucking men in America, and why he was beloved.
Yeah,
people loved him. There were like hundreds of rap songs that talk about him, about how
Trump,
cool he is, and there's like he was a big reality star. People liked. People thought he was just cool. Like maybe didn't.
He's
look
like
up
the
to
Godfather.
Him, they thought he was cool. Yeah, they thought he was cool. They dumped all that stuff. He lost all his cool points amongst mainstream America when he ran
mainstream.
For
the rural America loves the fuck out of him.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like all that stuff, all his like hip hop cred, that's all gone.
I do think there is one thing about him that is very interesting that I think people need to be very aware of. That Washington also does not understand is that. They would look at him and think, how the hell is this elitist billionaire popular with people? And it's because he was honest. He just said, like, I'm not like you. I'm loaded. I fly first class. I fuck supermodels. I'm not like you. And people just think, like, I like that because he's honest. And that's it.
Mm-hmm.
People hate the inauthenticity. Like, even if you're like a middle-class person and you think you're better than everybody else, people will hate you for that. You'll be a billionaire and think, like, I'm the shit. I'm not like you. I'm better.
Mm-hmm.
And people think like, well, that's honest. And people at least like that. People like the authenticity. That it sells really, really well because everyone hates politicians because they're inauthentic as fuck. And they pretend to be, oh, I'm like you, like fucking Elizabeth Warren with I give my husband a beer. Or the bullshit with Mitt Romney. Like, this is not real people. Like, you are sycophants who are power-hungry sociopaths. And it's very obvious that this is not who you are. You are desperately trying to pull off an act, and it's not who you really are. Trump is like an arrogant shithead. And people like that because it's who he really is. He doesn't present himself as something he's not.
No, he's not. Yeah, Riley Robo, as he says, he eats McDonald's and ketchup on his steak. He's just who he is.
Yeah, that's
and, like,
Trump. Whoa.
Oh my God. Peter for $100 says, fourth generation family business owner.
Well
here.
done. You have great parents.
Great. I was taught from birth that the company was a crystal orb that was our responsibility to protect for the next generation, but did not belong to us, but to the employees past, present, and future.
That's a very good attitude.
I think that is the exactly correct attitude, and cheers and congratulations to your parents for teaching you that. And I think that is
it's a good way to look at it.
The message that is supposed to be passed through a monarchic line and has been through the successful monarchic lines is that this is something for you to protect. Yes. And it doesn't. It's you are the current steward of it, right?
Yes.
And thank you so much, by the way, Peter, for the huge donation.
Yeah. Probably the biggest one we've gotten so far. Thank you.
Yeah, but that's
well done.
it's something for you to be a steward over that you receive from your parents and for you to pass on to your children, and something that you don't abuse the people who are your employees.
Yeah. You were taught to be a benevolent ruler. Like, it's immoral for you to subject your subjects to pain. That should bring shame on you.
It's shameful. It doesn't make any sense. Are there crazy monarchs throughout the course of history? We've talked about this many times. Yeah, of course.
There's
Obviously,
a few who've actually gone crazy.
Yes, obviously, you do have your Neros.
Yeah.
But it's because something goes very wrong. Something goes very wrong. If you look at the case of Nero, it was clear he was insane.
Yeah.
Well, he had a head injury.
Molbach points this out. He said, if you look at the course of monarchs in
Nero
history, most monarchs are actually quite sane. Most monarchs don't go cracking crazy and like harm the country. Most monarchs are actually quite sane.
Yeah, most monarchs actually aren't.
Are pretty good rulers, actually.
The thing is, most of them aren't exceptional, because most people aren't exceptional. Most of them are just pretty good. So when you hear about the monarchs of history, who do you hear about?
Like the ones that come to mind.
Generally, you hear about. I'm just saying, like, if you're learning about history, and people are like, "Who are the monarchs of history?" You hear about the insane ones.
Oh,
you're like,
the
awful things. Right, and you hear about the ones that were absolutely terrible and did the worst things ever. And I don't mean to insult some of our friends who we've spoken to about this, but I think that they kind of do that. Okay, basic. Who are the monarchs of history? Or who are the worst monarchs of history? Or you just type that in. I just guarantee that if you type in like most famous monarchs, let me type it in right now. Let's see. If I type in most famous
monarchs. You get if like King Louis is going to be in the list.
I'm wondering if they're all going to be violent.
I'll tell you. No, I'll tell you who's going to make the list: Frederick the Great, Catherine the Great, Queen Victoria, Ivan the Terrible. Bizarrely, is going to be on that list.
10 most favorite king. Oh, here's a Watch Mojo video.
Let me think who else will be on the list.
Okay, this is
Charles
Evans,
first, maybe.
Tours, Britain's. Oh,
King George would actually be on the list, bizarrely, because King George was actually a pretty benevolent king.
These are all British. List of famous monarchs. Okay, ranker. Well, that doesn't. Okay, well, it puts Elizabeth first, but I don't know why that's the case.
Which one? Elizabeth first? Or
Elizabeth II, the first on the list.
Well, because she's the longest reigning monarch.
It might also be because she just passed. Alexander the Great. Understandable. Juan Carlos I of Spain.
That was before my time.
That is who I actually don't know anything about him. Abdicated in 2014. Juan Carlos is the grandson of Alfonso the 13th, last king of Spain before the abolition of the monarchy. Oh, so he's, I guess, on here because he abolished the monarchy.
What? That's gay.
Henry VIII. Henry VIII's got some problems, all right?
Yeah, he was a big fan of beheadings.
Again, this is just this ranker thing. Apparently, famous, I guess people have. Oh, this is voted on by people. Most famous monarchs voted on by people on ranker. Elizabeth II, then Alexander the Great. I'm surprised about the Juan Carlos the First of Spain. I don't know anything about him, to be honest.
Yeah.
Henry VIII, Ivan the Terrible.
Told you. There we go.
Nicholas II.
Yeah, Russia.
Louis the 14th.
There we go. Told you.
Then Peter the Great.
Yep, there we go.
See, it's all. Then George the Sixth, Queen Victoria.
Yeah, obviously Queen Victoria always makes the list.
Yeah, Alexander II, Peter III. Peter III is insane for Peter III to be on here. But all right, Beatrix of Netherlands, Henry VII, Henry VI, George III. George III should be a lot higher. Catherine the Great should be a lot higher. Alfred the Great should be a lot higher. I mean, there's just I don't. There's some problems with these lists of people of who people think are important monarchs.
Yeah, but I think it's more like influence in the case of both good or bad.
No, but I wanted to bring up the list because this is people rated it. You know, this is like what regular. I was like, okay, who do people think are famous monarchs? And that's a.
Do pharaohs count?
Person
not Europeans. It's probably not.
Yeah. Well, I think I would say if you want to count emperors, pharaohs, etc. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you want to count them as single
Edward
heads of state.
Longshanks. Because this is rated on by regular people. That's kind of the problem with it.
China's ones are quite interesting as well.
They super are. I have to use the restroom really quickly.
The Chinese dynasties are actually quite interesting.
Can you go through the rest of this article while I go use the restroom and grab my cigarettes?
The one that I found very interesting was I can't remember the woman's name now, but China has only ever had one female empress in all of their history, and she was quite the reformer as far as gender roles go. She was also extremely vicious, and she killed 2 of her own sons who tried to take the throne. So like, fucking hell, like, power makes you do crazy shit like kill your own kin. Though then again, I've heard she was actually, despite her aggressiveness, she was actually quite a competent ruler. So I can understand, it's like, well, you tried to kill your own kin, but you were also, despite your batshit craziness, you were actually a competent ruler. So like, maybe killing your own kids was not that bad, which sounds really fucked up. But yeah. Well done, China. You at least had one female leader who was insane. Let's see. The psychologist is well known for a YouTube series in which he builds himself as the professor against political... I've never heard Jordan Peterson ever say that about himself, by the way. This guy, Jordan Peterson, is someone that legitimizes certain aspects of the incel movement. Okay, question for the chat. Have you ever heard anything? I've never even heard Jordan Peterson say the phrase incel, let alone fucking legitimize any effort about it. Anyway, because he's a former professor, he's an author. Well, he can still teach, by the way, so I don't know what the former gives a shit about. He wears a suit, so they feel like he is a real philosophy that should be taken seriously. The fact that you think we would just look at a suit and therefore think it should be taken seriously is insulting, and you're a fucking idiot. When it comes to directing and acting in the film, Olivia said she checked with some friends for advice, and they said, "Oh, it's so great." I feel like if you're asking them for advice and that's a response, they're not very good at giving advice, because that's not advice, that's a compliment. Your friends are morons. But then what I realized once I started, it was all these men had done this in comfortable shoes, and I swear all of it was a part of a fucking bustier in heels and a wig. They were coming at me doing these necessary but frustrating touch-ups at every second, and I was like, I need to be at the monitor. I need to be in charge. I found that to be really hard. Don't worry, darling, opens up in theaters. There's no way in hell anyone's going to watch this, by the way.
What? Watch what?
This fucking movie, because she comes across as a whiny bitch.
Oh, her shitty movie about Jordan Peterson. Look,
I've never heard Jordan Peterson. Then again, I don't follow Jordan Peterson for the incel thing.
I watch Jordan Peterson. Excuse me, I like Jordan Peterson quite a lot. We're in the same field.
You sound like the woman from A Big Bang Theory.
It's me, Jordan Peterson. Wash your penis. I couldn't even say it. I started laughing.
The fuck are you talking about?
You've never heard him talk about how you have to wash your penis?
No.
That's what you gotta do. Get off your ass and wash your penis.
What the fuck are you talking about? I feel like this is a meme that I don't know.
Guys, Spoon doesn't know about how Jordan Peterson's doesn't know about his penis washing routine.
I feel like you're trolling me.
Okay, you have to buy his 11 rules for washing your penis.
What?
It's his best-selling book. 11 rules for washing your penis.
I hate you right now.
Can you guys believe that Spoon has not read 11 rules for washing your penis?
The elections are for show, yeah, but then it's not a monarchy, then it's a dictatorship.
You know, when I went downstairs to grab my cigarettes, I asked, Bill was listening to us talk about the list of most famous monarchs, and he's like, yeah, like where's Olga of Kiev? Like, it's clearly a list about most popular, most famous, just listed on by people who don't know anything about history. And that's the problem.
Oh, good,
when
yeah.
people think monarchs, they think of Disney movies. They don't think of like reality. You know, that's why like the number 3 is Ivan the Terrible, right?
Yeah, and the thing is with the North Korean thing, because people say like, oh well, like North Korea is technically a monarchy. It's like, no.
Yeah, well, okay.
Yeah, like they took power when the country was essentially in
through a communist.
Yeah,
through
and then
communism.
Yeah, but like this is
they call it a monarchy because it has
it has one aspect.
lineage.
Yes, that's but it has
communist.
no other function of a fucking monarchy.
Everything else about the way the government is run is communist.
Yes. So it's not like it's really just splitting hairs, because it's amazing to me, like you have all of these things that make a monarchy, and then there's this one aspect that they think, oh look, this is also what a monarchy does.
It is splitting hairs,
and therefore this is also monarchy. It's like, no, you're just really splitting hairs.
Yes, it is splitting hairs. It's like people who are like, oh, it's you know, it's not real communism, right? Every time it's not real communism. So now apparently North Korea is a monarchy, not real communism. Just saying, when people are like, oh, North Korea is a monarchy, that sounds like some not real communism shit to me.
I mean, here's the thing, right? The people who say real communism has never been tried, technically that is true.
Technically, because it's not possible with humans.
Yes, because you can't have a stateless society in the modern day. That is impossible.
Well, no, communism requires a state.
Yes. Well,
anarcho-communism requires it. You're getting communism confused with anarcho-communism.
No. The whole thing
and
about communism
has been tried too in Catalonia, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, but the whole thing is we want to have a stateless society. You can't have a stateless society.
Or is that ANCAP? No, I'm getting... Is Catalonia ANCAP or ANCOM?
It doesn't exist.
Was that ANCAP or ANCOM? Chat, probably remind me. It was Catalonia ANCAP or ANCOM.
Who was our favorite Democratic leader? Putin.
Currently?
Probably
like current?
Putin, to be honest.
Ugh, I don't want to say that, but... I'm trying to think. Democratic leader of any of them, if I can pick any? DeSantis.
Okay, you were thinking governor.
Yeah, I'm thinking of any. I said any. If it's any, then DeSantis.
Yeah,
Orban's good. He seems to be. He pisses off the LGBTQIAA+. Oh, excuse me, I fucked up. Now it's 2S LGBTQIAA+. Yes, the Rainbow Coalition. He makes them very angry.
A friend of mine called them the Skittle Squad. I thought that was really good.
Skittle Squad is very good. Skittle Squad, very good.
Well, let me ask you, like, I'll email her. I'll just message her and say, like, it says Skittle Squad is what you call them. What else you got?
It's pretty good. That's pretty good.
She's very young, and she's really good with the quips. I don't know who the hell or what taught her, but I'm like, how the hell
Spoon in his harem of young women.
I did meet... Where did I meet?
You do have a bit of a cabal, if you will, of young girls. Not like super young, but like 20-somethings.
This one's even younger than that, by the way.
Oh, she's not. She's barely as 27. You're not helping yourself. I was trying to help you out.
No, she's 19, but she brains it would kick the shit out of 20-year-olds.
Probably.
That's why I liked it, is because she's like very monarchist, very conservative, grew up, and
more younger people are becoming more conservative because of the insanity of the left. I think.
Oh my god, you should see some of the shit that she writes to me. Like, fucking Jesus Christ, she's base as fuck. I'm like, god damn. Like, if she was on Twitter, she'd get banned in a day easily, because the shit she says is like, fuck. I looked at some of the shit. It was some of the shit that she said to me. Like, I would like to make a video out of this, because some of the shit she writes is better than mine.
No, Lannendorf, than any other Democratic leader in history? No, I thought we were talking about current. Current, I said DeSantis, right now. Democratic leader in history.
Oh, God, in history? Trump would actually be up there. I don't know. Churchill?
I have some problems with Churchill, but he was good.
Yeah, he wasn't racist enough.
Churchill would be up there. Trump would be somewhere on the list.
Hitler?
I don't know where. No.
Stalin.
Fuck. I mean,
Pol Pot.
Those aren't
Mussolini.
They weren't. What, Hitler was democratically elected. To be fair, well, Not on my list though. Not on my list of top guys. But
obviously those are not true, by the way. Those are not people that I would.
Yeah.
Thatcher will be up there maybe as well.
Thatcher, I put Thatcher up there. I'll finish this article though, and we'll move on to more dunking on more women. When it came to directing and acting in the film, did you read this part?
I did.
Okay. So don't worry, Darlings opens in theater September 23rd. Everyone go watch the movie. Don't watch it.
What the comment says.
So Peterson responded to this.
Boyfriend. Oh, did he?
Yeah, I have a National Post article right below there in the list.
What did he say?
Well, exclusive, Jordan Peterson hits back at director Olivia Wilde over insane man comments.
Okay, let's put it up here.
So you can scroll down a little bit. He said, if you scroll down.
There we go, go on.
Now, Pine has a reputation as quite an attractive man, so that could be worse, said Peterson in a lengthy statement provided Saturday to the National Post. I also hope that Chris Pine at least does the sartorial splendor of my very formal public wardrobe justice as he pillories me in the latest bit of propaganda. Excuse me, let me start over. I also hope that Chris Pine at least does his sartorial splendor of my very formal public wardrobe justice as he pillories me in the latest bit of propaganda disseminated by the woke, self-righteous bores and bullies who now dominate Hollywood and who insist that the production of such tripe. Peterson concludes his statement. Of course, nothing is as it seems in Victory, and Alice, the protagonist, played by Florence Pugh, questions the situation in the town where she lives with her husband Jack, played by Harry Styles. Now again, this is an entirely made-up thing. They're just saying the character is based on Peterson. So that's it. That's his response.
The fact that you call him insane and he's a professor and academic makes you look kind of petty and stupid.
I thought we were supposed to trust all academics. I thought we were supposed to trust academia.
I don't trust academia as far as I can throw them.
But we've been told to trust all academics and trust the science.
Here's the thing. I don't do very well with someone who tells me I have to trust them.
No,
I have to trust you. Why? Because I have a PhD.
Why?
Go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck.
And?
Yeah.
I don't do well with appeals to authority. Tell me why.
Yeah.
All right.
Which
so
is quite ironic because we're monarchists. Yeah. We like one ultimate authority, actually.
Yeah, but not from academia.
Not for that. Yeah. It's like I think I actually think there's a lot of monarchists who would look at the academia like, you are a threat to my rule. Off with your head. And we were like, based. Very based.
Speaking of clueless women in Hollywood, though, we have
that's
Jennifer Lawrence is terrified of Tucker Carlson.
Oh my god, this is one of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen.
Jennifer Lawrence is terrified of Tucker Bowtie Carlson.
Can you imagine how much of an insane lunatic and paranoid little pussy bitch you have to be scared of Tucker Carlson?
Because she's not really. It's just fake.
Yeah, but why would you lie about something so stupid and trivial? You just look like really dumb.
Well, maybe she is. This is the LA Times article, though, there.
That may be why. By the way, Tucker Carlson looks insanely good for his age.
He does.
He's like in his 50s, isn't he? You look at him like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's amazing to me. Well done, Mr. Carlson.
Do you have the article up?
Yeah, he'd make a very funny president, I think.
He would certainly be funny. Sexy glasses. Tucker Carlson speculates about starring in Jennifer Lawrence's nightmares. Fox News host Tucker Carlson on Tuesday again mocked Oscar winner Jennifer Lawrence, who recently revealed that she talks to her therapist about nightmares she has about the divisive TV personality. Those nightmares, she said in the October issue of Vogue. I can't.
You can't read this. You want me to read it?
Are spurred by Carlson's influence on her estranged family members who are conservative and live in her hometown of Louisville, Kentucky. Because, quote, the information they are getting is different and their life is different from that of the 32-year-old actor.
Yeah, so they're saying regular down-to-earth, salt-of-the-earth people, and you're a fucking deluded lunatic.
How crazy is this? She's traumatized because people in her family think differently from her. Now listen to what she actually said.
That's so culty.
Their life is different.
So
she's terrified. Yeah, because you're in a weird anti-reality.
Sex cult.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a bit...
53. Tucker Carlson, host 53, lashed onto the mention of his name by one of Hollywood's biggest stars and addressed it on the air. Quote, when you decide to work in television, you lose control of a lot of things. foremost the way other people perceive you, Carlson said.
And sanity, apparently.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. So can it really be your fault? Are you really responsible if major Hollywood starlets dream about you? Maybe it's the sexy glasses. He deadpanned, pausing to don a pair of eyeglasses. Who knows? We can only speculate. I
like that he made fun of it.
I know. The Hunger Games and X-Men actor, who's a former Republican, said that the 2016 election of Donald Trump divided her family. So she got taken for a ride by propaganda, right?
She's a former Republican?
According to her. And now she's lost all contact with her family, apparently. She was protesting Roe v. Wade while she was pregnant. That's so weird. That is so weird.
I feel like she severed the... God damn it, I can't say that on air.
Severed the ties?
No, I asked Audrey, do you have any other names for the Skittle Squad? And she said... all messages, she said this.
All right. Yeah, we can't say that one.
That's pretty good.
Can't say that one. It's good though.
It begins with
I've just worked so hard in the last 5 years to forgive my dad and my family and try to understand it. It's different. The information they're getting is different. Their life is different. She said it in an emotional Vogue interview.
Oh my god.
I've tried to get over it. And I really can't. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm leashing. But I can't F with people who aren't political anymore. You live in the United States of America. You have to be political. It's too dire. Politics are killing people, she added.
Yeah, especially
You're a crazy person.
Yeah, you are.
You are crazy. And you have now ostracized your family.
Ukraine on the brain.
Yeah, Ardent Party, you're probably right. She was Republican before she could vote because that was her parents, and then she moves to LA and gets famous and now has been indoctrinated and inculcated into the fucking cult.
Yeah.
Into a cult. And, you know, one of the things that cults require you to do, Spoon?
Obey without question?
They also require you to, yes, but they also require you to cut off family members who are not part of the cult.
That's kind of creepy.
Listen to Hard Bastard talk about being in the Jehovah's Witnesses. Not just him, but the JWs in general. If anyone in your family leaves the JWs, you can't talk to them anymore.
I want you to read that super chat.
Jarnagi for $10 says, unrelated note, Caesar's Legion did nothing wrong. F the NCR. Well,
degenerates like you belong on a cross.
For real though, if your family is saying, if the people that you're involved with. If the people you're involved with are saying you need to abandon your family and disassociate yourself from them, ask some questions. Ask some questions.
Like, who are you? And why are you telling me to do this?
It's important to note...
We're your family now.
Yes, now we're your family.
They'll say in a creepy way.
It's important to note that while J-Law sees you in her head at night, she's likely not watching you now, Gallagher told Carlson. But her parents are probably watching you because they're fans. Gallagher then piled on and dredged up a 2017 segment in which Carlson joked that Lawrence has Trump derangement syndrome. Clearly she does. And how she made headlines for blaming the former president for a series of 2017 hurricanes.
No.
Wow.
She has Carlson derangement syndrome.
Well, I didn't know that. She blamed Trump for hurricanes? I forgot about that. Oh, no, I do remember that now. Yeah, she blamed him for the hurricanes. Yeah, he's not a deity.
They blamed Trump for the hurricanes?
Jennifer Lawrence did, apparently, yeah. Indeed, Lawrence has been an outspoken critic of conservatives and Trump, whom she repeatedly refers to as a jar of mayonnaise, and doubled down on those views in her Vogue interview, which also discussed abortion rights and gun laws.
How has one man, who all these people
broke people's brains,
made them even stupider than they are? I don't know how the fuck he's done that. Just by doing a good job. Or like a competent job as president. It's the weirdest. I've never seen one man make so many people go completely fucking insane.
Right. Yeah, Abigail, she makes Trump sound like a wizard. Quote, I'm raising a little boy who is going to go to school one day.
Unclever based.
He's going to go to a really screwed up school, most likely. I'm guessing she lives in California.
Of course she
Guns
does.
are the #1 cause of death for children in the United States.
Is it?
No, I don't know off the top of my head, but I can't. I don't. #1. Okay. Cause of death in
It's probably
children.
the NOD at this point.
No, you can't say that one.
Yeah, but I can say NOD.
Yeah, you can say that.
Yeah, because that's my word. You're all free to use that phrase, by the way.
Child
It stands
health,
for needle
mortality.
of doom.
We went to children 1 to 4, leading causes of death. Okay, children 1 to 4. Accidents. Number 1. All right, I will pull up the actual CDC data.
I don't even know what that means.
It doesn't say.
Yeah.
Well,
no king like the Monkey King.
Jennifer Lawrence. Here are the leading causes of death in children, ages 1 to 4. Number 1, accidents, unintentional injuries. 2, congenital malformations, deformations, and chromosomal abnormalities. 3, assault, homicide. It doesn't specify guns. I can pull up the CDC data and find out if those are by gun.
I don't think it's guns. I think it's probably like abuse of parents.
Oh, they don't link to the right fucking source. Okay, underlying causes of death, accidents, injuries, assault, homicide. It doesn't specify. It doesn't specify what. So it doesn't even say whether that was with guns or knives or what, or strangling. I think a child under the age of 4, probably not with a gun. 5 to 9, accidents, unintentional injuries, cancer, congenital malformations, deformities, chromosomal abnormalities. Children aged 10 to 14, accidents, self-harm, suicide. Oh my god, that's terrible. And then cancer. So the assault, homicide is only in children 1 through 4. And I'm pretty, even though they don't specify, in the data from the CDC, I'd be really surprised if that was with a gun and not from drowning, for example. Do you know what I mean? So Jennifer Lawrence, your statistic is definitely wrong no matter what. Okay? It's just according to the CDC.
And at the very least, extremely
you're giving medical misinformation, J-Law. That's medical misinformation.
We are allowing our children to lay down their lives for our right to a Second Amendment that was written over 20 years ago. Oh, fuck off, you stupid bitch.
Just what a liar. So you gave medical misinformation, which she's allowed to do, of course, because you're allowed to do that if you have the right politics, right?
By the way, this is a typical thing. Oh, how think of the children. The children don't pass legislation. Fuck off.
Right. The Causeway star also shared she had 2 miscarriages before having Psy. First, she got pregnant in her early 20s, resolved the pregnancy, but had a miscarriage alone in Montreal. Then she got pregnant again a few years later, but the pregnancy ended in a miscarriage and required a DNC.
Oh, she sounds kind of slutty.
I don't know. That's terrible that she had 2 miscarriages. I'm sorry,
God's
that's
way
terrible.
of saying you shouldn't reproduce.
Oh, that's evil, Spoon. Don't say shit like that. That's an evil thing to say. I remember a million times thinking about it when I was pregnant, thinking about the things that were going to happen to my body. And I had a great pregnancy, a very fortunate pregnancy, but every single second of my life was different. And it would occur to me sometimes, what if I was forced to do this? Oh my god!
Then
don't have sex!
Yeah, that's why I don't feel bad about what I said.
Yeah. Here's an interesting bit about Jennifer Lawrence, though. Would you mind going to the next link there?
All right.
Jennifer Lawrence allegedly bragged about having sex with Harvey Weinstein.
Ah, yes, with knocking boots.
This is all alleged. I have to be very, very clear. Susan, everybody else, these are alleged from a third party. Okay? But one of Harvey Weinstein's sexual assault accusers reportedly claims he told her, quote, "I slept with Jennifer Lawrence and took her where she is. She just won an Oscar." An actress who filed a lawsuit against disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein on Friday. This is recent, guys. This is from 2018. I thought this has been brought back up recently again.
So basically, land on Harvey's penis, you get an Oscar.
Well, this has been brought up a couple days ago because J-Law is blasting Trump and stuff. Reportedly claims he boasted about sleeping with Jennifer Lawrence before her Oscar win, something both Weinstein and Lawrence deny. I don't know. But Weinstein told one of the women who accused him of assault, which he was convicted of, that he also banged Jennifer Lawrence and got her where she is. So I don't know if that's true or not, but just a bit of curious information, I thought. Moving on with our girl power hour, or however many hours it's been now. We didn't get to this last week, did we?
So basically,
the rings of power.
So basically, in Hollywood, when they mean the sky's the limit, it just means like how hard can you ride Harvey Weinstein's dick? Apparently,
that's pretty much what it was for a long time.
Okay.
We do, however, also have that Galadriel actress is afraid of acting. You go, girl.
Welcome to Meryl Streep. Oh god, yeah. She's just an insufferable bitch.
Let me know when you get the Galadriel article up.
Oh my god, this was just
Morphin
unbelievably fucking troll-worthy.
Yeah. Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power star Morfydd Clark revealed the intense way she prepared for her role as my girl Galadriel, an ethereal warrior elf that was played by Cate Blanchett in the films. Far better. When I was playing Galadriel, the stunt team said, "You've got a problem because you're used to being attacked on film." She told Empire about adjusting to the Tolkien Middle-earth fantasy. It's keep Tolkien's name out of it. The fantasy setting that you paid a lot of money for to be able to call it Lord of the Rings. I would flinch a lot when people came at me, so they did exposure therapy with me, where I would have all these huge men running at me, screaming with swords, to stop me from looking frightened. But I've definitely been cast as the victim, and Galadriel is not that. She explained. The 33-year-old's Rings role is different from the types of jobs she usually books. Clark's most recognizable for playing a traumatized nurse in Saint Maud, but has always been a fan, of the Tolkien franchise, even if she didn't realize she was auditioning for it right away. Okay, so what? So she now claims she has PTSD, and they had to do exposure therapy for her while she was being attacked by men. But my girl Galadriel, so strong. Let's give her a round of applause for being able to act in a film or a TV show. Wowee!
Yeah. Yas Queen Slay, I am woman, hear me roar. In therapy sessions, apparently.
I have one more women thing. Would you give the would you pull up my screen, because or I'll bring mine up, because I'm actually not sharing it right now. Am I? Yes, I am. If you'll share my screen, because I'm going to start playing shit from Twitter and stuff.
Governors of...
What the hell? Why can't I see the damn thing?
Let me...
Hold on.
Whoops. I clicked the wrong button. Hang on.
God damn it, Aiden.
Alright, it's fine. Alright, you should be able to see my stream now.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Let's see, Look, I just put this in the women's segment because I thought it just fit well. Of nothing that ever happens. Your tweet's the first one that I see here.
This is ridiculous.
This is hilarious. This is hilarious. Listen to this, guys.
So it's been said, but it's worth reiterating.
No, it's not.
That the governors of Texas and Arizona have created this crisis. And the federal government has not stepped up to assist the District of Columbia. So we, along with our regional partners, will do what we've always done. We'll rise to the occasion. We've learned from border towns.
Sorry.
Like El Paso and Brownsville.
We've learned from border towns. I just want to reiterate, we've learned from border towns. If you guys don't know what we're talking about here, because I think I did just jump right into it. This woman is complaining that Texas and Arizona have been sending illegal immigrants to DC because they don't want them. And now DC is being like, wow, we really don't appreciate that you're turning us into a border town. Those are illegal immigrants that we want you to keep in your red state so you can turn them blue. That's the whole point. You're not supposed to send them here.
Bill,
that might diminish my...
ways, the governors of Texas and Arizona have turned us into a border town.
Oh no, that might accidentally somehow diminish my quality of life. I might actually see a brown person speaking Spanish at me when I go to the Starbucks. That's just not acceptable.
You sound like Mr.
We don't know
Slave.
how long this will take to resolve.
That's
we
how she
don't know
sounds.
how long they will continue busing, and so the right thing to do here is to be prepared.
You were probably
ensure we
busing.
can greet every bus. We can get people off on the right foot. We can get them where they want to go.
Oh.
And that will ultimately...
No, that means you want to send them back.
I was going to say, you want to send them back using the
You want to send them back to Texas and Arizona to change the demography of Texas and Arizona. Yeah, the trending tab's always cursed, guys. It's always cursed. So...
What's trending right now?
Lynched. Wow. Whoa, I didn't see that one. Vosh, Destiny, Keffels, Lefties, Whites, Unicorn.
Oh my god, forget I asked.
Well, speaking of Keffels and other things like that, we want to share that nearly 1 in 4 Democrat voters now believe that men can get pregnant.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1 in 4 Democratic voters are completely retarded.
How, dude? New poll finds significant number of Democrat voters believe things that are false.
It doesn't tell me that 3/4 don't also believe some other stupid
Let's look
shit.
at, let me pull up the poll. Actually, I haven't looked at the poll itself. Usually I do. Ew, you didn't... Daily Wire, fuck off. You're supposed to link me to the poll, asshole. Believe that men can get pregnant. An online survey conducted by WPA Intelligence from August 22 to 25 found 22% of Democrats agree with the statement, some men can get pregnant. The percentage rose when only including women to a whopping 36% of white college-educated female Democrats concurred. Overall, few Americans think that men can get pregnant, said WPAI Managing Director Connor McGuire. But 36% of core Democratic constituency, college-educated white Democrat women, and 1 out of 5 Democrat voters believing this, one can see why Democrat leaders coddle the radical gender theory movement. The poll underscores the left wing's growing embrace of a radical gender theory that biological sex does not dictate gender. I don't know if there's any more reason to go through, like, them explaining it. That's just insane, right? 1 in 4, and when you talk about in women, it's 1 in 3 college-educated white Democrat women think that men can get pregnant and give birth.
No.
Presumably they can give birth. I don't know. But, like, this is some clown shoes shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
I also have this one, which I found very funny. I don't know, would you like to... have you played Saints Row? Spoon?
Yes.
Do you like Saints Row?
Hell yeah, oh my god.
Would you like to take this one? Do you think this would be fun? Just tell me to scroll down.
You're just doing this to torture me, aren't you?
I thought you said you liked Saints Row, so... I'm also trying to pull some other stuff up while I'm doing it, so let me know how you feel about it. You want to do it?
Okay, fine.
Alright.
When the original Saints Row launched in 2006, many were quick to label the game a Grand Theft Auto clone. That's because it was, and is, and still is, by the way. It was an open-world crime playground, fair enough, but it had plenty of features to call its own. With unparalleled customization for its time, the Saints Row series paved the way for future inclusive... Oh my... I just want to shoot this person already. Character creators and more... Oh, fucking hell, that's really tiny on my screen here. Let me set up here. Creators on a more personal note helped me figure out my own gender identity. By the way, this means you're insane.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, in 2022, long series developer Volition, had released a Saints Row reboot with a wide variety of gender non-conforming customization options. Please kill me now, people. This is all indicative of a series that, despite growing pains, pushed the boundaries of how we present ourselves within a digital world. And how do we even get here? In the mid-2000s, open-world crime games traditionally put you in the shoes of a predetermined character. Yes, because that's how that works. But Saints Row let you craft your own member of the 3rd Street Saints and change their appearance via the in-game surgeon. And that should tell you it's a game. Don't do this in real life because that's... kind of insane. It wasn't perfect, no shit, apart from a few sad lines. The protagonist was conspicuously silent, and you could only play as a male character based, but that was a huge milestone leading to more open-ended character creation. Scroll down, please. Thank you very much. Yes, 2 years later, Saints Row 2 doubled down on customization and fixed its predecessor's issues. At first glance, the revamped character creation system seemed like just a more robust version of the first game. But when it added change the series and opened up a Pandora's box of queerness, that certainly left an impression on my younger self. By the way, I said this statement before, the fact that queer is now a thing and not an insult is just fucking bizarre to me.
Yeah, well, they retook it. And I also, I posted a picture to you earlier of my Saints Row 3 character, who is very diverse. My Saints Row 3 character is very, very diverse.
Yeah, it's also kind of scantily clad.
Yeah, you said yours was even more scantily clad. You said mine wasn't even as close as yours to be
mine was
a
more
big
hoary
sloot.
Yours, yeah, my character was more hoary, but the weapon of choice was a missile launcher. So you tend to focus more on the shit that she blows up.
Yeah, hang on real quick. I'll pop it over here.
Kinky.
Wait, no, not like that. Hey, here's my Saints Row 3 character. She had a Russian accent, because I was allowed to do that.
Yes. She's also brown with white hair. She's blonde hair. She's culture appropriating.
Yeah, I like that purple and green thing color. We all know this though about me.
She has some stonking boobies.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. tatas.
All right.
Let's see. Growing up words I'm not even going to bother. Without knowing it yet, which should tell you a lot, by the way. What we in the community call the egg phase, which is so
I find
gay.
that very creepy. The whole
Yes.
like I'm an egg. You guys mean I have my egg cracked? It's really creepy.
It is a bit weird. You also were cooked, by the way, which describes your brain. I spent a good chunk of my childhood knowing there was something different about me, but I didn't know the words to express it. No, that's a lump of shit, by the way.
Yeah.
That's just you being unsure of who the hell you are. I wasn't the most feminine or flamboyant or sensible male, I knew, but my sexuality was questioned enough to make me afraid to express anything other than what was expected of me. Bucking those expectations in any form was usually met with confusion at best or outright mockery at worst. I said to Staden, this person is simply gay and didn't want to show it because they wanted to conform. And now that the transgender thing is the in thing, now it's like, oh, look, I can be my true self. Like, no, fuck off. You're just someone who wants to click with the in thing and that's it.
Yeah.
That's all. You're just a pussy who didn't want to be what they really were, so to speak. And now it's like, oh, look, this weird thing that I am definitely, and not this fucking faggy trend hopper bitch.
Yeah.
Which is what you are. And now there's this crowd. It's like, no, you just want to be part of a trend and you are uncomfortable with being the outsider. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just please stop this fucking crap. It's just rubbish. Though I did not grow up in a primarily conservative household, gender norms felt enforced. If Aiden would scroll down so I can see what the fuck I'm doing.
Sorry. Because I'm trying to get Chrome to stop crashing. Recently, Chrome, like, it was to the point where I was going to buy a new computer. It's to the point where I was literally about to buy a new computer until I realized the whole thing was Chrome.
There's a bit more.
It wasn't it?
Yes.
Oh.
In Saints 2, the player's character known as the Boss, after assuming leadership of the Saints, not only had a voice, but a choice of 6, along with the unexpected face, hair, and clothing customization. You could pick your avatar's walking animation. Could you?
I remember that, yeah. Yeah, it was cool. It was really fucking neat.
Yes, resting facial expression, fighting style, and a wide variety of compliments and taunts. Well before emotes were commonplace. What really set it apart, though, was not only that you could select your gender, but how you could do it. Oh my god, this is so fucking cope.
I know.
Because let's be honest, you just decide like an uber feminist, like female, not feminist, just an
feminine.
Uber, female character or an uber masculine one. Like if you met a guy, he'd be Jack with fucking boulder shoulders and
you could do all kinds of weird stuff, and it was cool that you could make those kinds of decisions. But at the same time, it's a very strange game.
Yeah, the more the customization was more the clothing rather than the character's gender. Let's be fucking honest.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was in the fucking 2000s. Do you think anyone gave a flying fuck about gender? No.
No.
Yeah, and if you made a character, you made her dress like Skimpy with a fucking rocket launcher.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, you could. It's just skip down that you could make a bulge appear in their groin. It was supposed to be funny, by the way. You know.
And salami in your pants, like it's shit like that's just like it's a goofy fucking game. The idea.
Yes, it was supposed to be silly, and instead this person took. And now I don't know. Maybe this person really was changed by it, but I don't. But I think they probably have mental problems. It's my guess. I don't know. And by that I mean maybe they should see a therapist over this. Now
definitely.
Maybe they were coming out, and finding something sexually, but I do find this is a weird way. I think, it's a weird cope.
Insane.
It's a weird cope. I'll put it that way. It's a strange cope for it.
Yeah, very, very much so. Let's see. You still had to pick up between male and female, but this choice was almost entirely perfunctory once you moved into the next menu. There are amongst sliders for masculinity, fatness, and age. Yes, there we go. There was a curious one simply labeled body shape. I don't know how that's curious.
Well, because it was just like, okay, it was dick or tits. That was the slider. So you put it on one side and you had a big dick. You put it on the other side, you had a big tits. That was it.
So we don't have big tit energy. Yeah. Let's see. Push this slider to the right and your character shoulders would broaden. There we go. And a bulge would appear in their groin. Slide it all the way to the right and their hips would widen and breast formed at their chest. Yeah. So it's basically male or female.
Tits or dick. Yes.
Yes. Yes, in the age we're getting to play as anybody but I'm not going to fucking use that phrase.
Okay, but the reality is that when Saints Row 2 came out, Saints Row 2 comes out, what, 2008?
Yeah, 2008.
They were not thinking about non-binary transgender people.
Yeah, they
did this as a joke.
Fucking game.
They did this as a joke so that you could be a big fat dude walking around with a big old set of tits. That's why they made this.
Basically, Big Smoke.
Yeah, they made this so you can make funny-looking characters. They did not do this. And now, of course, they're very woke. But at the time, this was made to be silly. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if it helped this person find their identity, I guess. I can't, knock that, I suppose. But it's not with this game. Why that... My non-gender conforming friend, whoever wrote this, if this helped you, that's great. But the game was made to make fun of this kind of stuff. It was a joke, okay?
If you were in this game, you would have been part of a joke.
Which means, yeah, your gender's kind of based off of a joke. I still hope you're all right, whoever is writing this, but you have to understand, it's based on a joke. Okay? Just saying.
Let's see. This one say, yes, in an age we can play as any fish, whatever. Let's see. the prescient woke Chad of a... Oh my god. I don't want to read these faggy words. Saints Row 2 measured...
It's a no-no.
Yeah. 2 measured gender on a spectrum. So what was the point of picking male or female then? Well, it actually changed only one thing about the character mode, the length of the eyelashes. Pick male and your eyelashes were basically naked, but favor female and there would be long, luscious lashes. Yes, the very pressing issues about time.
Lashes.
Yes.
Yeah, who cares? But again, the point is...
And also, you just look at the character from behind.
This whole thing was a joke. It's a silly game. All of this is a joke. You're not supposed to take this stuff seriously, and you did. Saints Row 2, Saints Row 1, they even mentioned this earlier in the article, that Saints Row 1 was basically called like a GTA knockoff, because it was. So, when they made Saints Row 2, they were like, okay, we gotta make it a little bit different from GTA, from Grand Theft Auto. What will we do? We'll make it silly and stupid and weird. We'll take the silly aspects of GTA and take them to 100. And every subsequent Saints Row game has gone further and further until they got to 4, and then they were like, ooh, we need to walk this back a little bit because things are getting insane. And I think that Saints Row 4 is a mess. They've gone way too far with that shit. And by the way, because in Saints Row 3, they literally sent out a 3-foot-long dildo to reviewers. It's an item in the game.
It is also...
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's also an item in GTA San Andreas.
Yeah. It's fine. They're like...
I like the beating up incestual hillbillies with a dildo, so it's funny.
The point is, though, is that the game was made to be really ridiculous. It was GTA on Clown World, clown shoes. I don't know. Okay, so in more extremes, other games might let you experiment with broader options that treat it as a joke. It's a joke.
That's because it still is.
It's a joke in Saints Row. I still vividly remember how the Fable games allowed you to cross-dress, but then NPCs would laugh at and shout insults at you. Fable 3 even had a transvestitism point modifier on female clothes if worn by a male avatar. Instead of laughter, though, I felt only shame. You think maybe that's a sign?
Yeah. You were
embarrassed
by NPCs in the game.
The other characters aren't laughing at you by Fable 3, and you still felt shame. I was playing Fable to escape from the bullying I was already facing at school. I mean, that's terrible. I don't want you to be bullied. And now the game was essentially bullying me. In Saints Row 2, though, there were no boundaries set by the game or judgments by any of its characters. That's not how real life works, though.
I mean, these plays...
And it never will be. No matter how much you bully other people into shutting their fucking faces because you want to be weird. Okay? Yes, Ardent Party, since the first Fable, you've been able to marry same-sex partners. It's always been okay in the Fable series. But whatever, we have to shame Fable for some reason. I remember becoming curious about the system's limits. So I played through as a male avatar, but so often I would nudge a body slider. Whatever. Okay, so this person is just being kind of weird with the body slider. I don't really... Does this matter anymore? Stumbled onto Cyberpunk. You can make your own genitals and stuff, which is really weird. It's just bizarre, okay? The fact that you're so obsessed with this is also weird. I have to admit. I think it's weird. I think all of this is weird, and I think it's getting progressively kind of uncomfortable for regular people. Whoops, that's not correct. Oh, I didn't copy the link. Hang on. Whoopsie. There it is. Because it keeps becoming an actual real-life problem, not just one in video games. As we can see here, Oklahoma sued over transgender bathroom law. So what is this horrible, restrictive bathroom law, you think, Spoon? Transgender students are suing Oklahoma over a law that requires them to use bathrooms based on the sex listed on their birth certificates.
That's bad. Why?
Well, that's transphobic. The ACLU.
Who cares?
The ACLU represented three students in the lawsuit filed Wednesday. The lawsuit names the Oklahoma State Department of Education, the state school superintendent, the attorney general, and several school districts. Senate Bill 615 passed the House of Reps with a vote of 69-4 and 38-7 in the Senate. Not looking good for you to fight it, just saying. School districts that do not comply with the law. Now here's this. Horrifying. Spoon. I'm scrolling up. Spoon.
Yeah?
This horrifying bill. Transgender bathroom law. You're supposed to use the restroom that's listed on your birth certificate. What is the penalty if your school or business does not comply and allows people who do not use a restroom that does not align with the sex on their birth certificate, use a restroom in a public space to that institution?
What was the question?
What is the punishment for breaking this law? If you are a male to female person and you use a female bathroom, even though that's not the sex listed on your birth certificate, what's the fine? What's the problem? You go to jail?
I think something gets done to you.
School districts that do not comply with the law would have their funding reduced by 5%.
How's that a punishment?
5% reduction. It's only for schools, and if they don't comply, it's a 5% reduction in funding. That's it. I'd say it's worth it. If you think students are at risk of sexual assault because of this, I think the 5% reduction in funding is acceptable. I don't know. What do you guys in the chat think? I'll ask you. Is minus 5% of funding worth student safety? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's a big fucking deal. Because it's not about any of this. It's just about virtue signaling. You don't actually care about any of this crap.
No.
And it's becoming a bigger issue across the United States, as here we have. Transgender kids can play girls' sports in Utah after ruling. This was back in August. But I'll get into some of this. Transgender girls in Utah will be given the opportunity to participate in girls' sports as the school year begins, after a judge on Friday reversed a ban pending legal challenges from parents. Instead of an outright ban, transgender girls will now be sent before a commission that will determine on a case... I do appreciate this, at least case-by-case basis, if their participation compromises fairness. So we'll have to see. But I'm skeptical of this stuff because they keep screwing this up. And because it seems to be... So we've now seen Oklahoma. This is Utah. Here's Indiana. Rokita appeals injunction against transgender sport ban. Attorney General Todd Rokita of Indiana has appealed a federal judge's decision to allow a transgender girl to play on her school's softball team. School girls softball team. Oh my god. Rokita argues in the brief filed Tuesday in the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals that the justification for the preliminary injunction is incorrect. U.S. District Court Judge of course it's a woman, Jane Magnus Steinson issued the injunction in July, allowing the 10-year-old plaintiff referred to in the case as AM to rejoin the team. First of all, it's a 10-year-old. Why is the 10-year-old transgender? Oh my god. What the hell is happening here?
Don't ask to tell, and they're fucking us. You gotta think that there is something very wrong with these people.
Well, I think it is that, and this is gonna sound really fucked, but tell me if you think this is wrong.
Okay.
Left-leaning moms, and moms in general, I think really want to, it's always about how special my kid is. You know what I mean? My kid's the best. My kid's a specialist. Because my beautiful angel from heaven. No, I'm saying like, well, not from heaven anymore because they don't believe in God. But my most specialist, beautifulest, my kid's the best ever. And the current version of that is just my kid's trans.
Most woke.
Yeah, who's most woke? Yeah. My kid's trans, so they need special because they're the most specialist. My kid's like transgender, non-binary.
They treat their kids like they're woke handbags.
Yes, a purse puppy. A purse puppy. That's what it is.
Is that a euphemism for a pocket pussy?
No, women who have dogs in their purses. A purse puppy.
There's a dog.
You never seen like Legally Blonde? Like she's got the little dog, the tiny little dog in her little pink purse.
Leathery bitch.
And this is the same shit. Where it's like, yeah, okay, so I need to prove how special I am and how special culture. My kid is. So, and the current way that women do that is by like, oh, my kid's transgender, non-binary, and blah, blah, blah. Like, and whatever new thing they can find to make them extra more special than the other kid next to them, that's what they'll just do.
It's fucked up.
It is incredibly fucked up.
It's a bit weird to me because as far as the influence in that sense goes, I never thought it gels. It just looks kind of insane that you would push that crap on your kid. Why?
Because it's validating to themselves. It's validating to the mother. She wants the attention. It's all an advanced degree of... It's projection, but what it really is Munchausen's by proxy. Are you aware of what Munchausen's by proxy is? What?
Translation in English.
Okay, Munchausen syndrome is a disease, a psychological disorder, where people will intentionally poison themselves so that they will be able to go to the hospital and get attention from doctors. Munchausen's by proxy is when almost always a parent poisons or causes some harm to a child in order to get attention from doctors or other people. They want sympathy from people around them. This is what mass psychotic Munchausen's by proxy. Because you've given women social credit and social points and social power by abusing their children.
Damn.
That's what's happening here. That's what this is. And I'm tired of pretending it's not, because it clearly is what it is. It's all these moms who are like, all of a sudden, we have a 7,000% increase in transgender kids. Like every single year it goes up by an incalculable amount. No, I don't think so. That's not how shit works, okay? That's not how this stuff works. It doesn't just go up by these percentages because, just more people are being okay with coming out trans. No, it's because parents, particularly moms, have a form of Munchausen by proxy. And they're getting social attention and credit and bonuses. They are getting social credit out of this.
Yeah, don't believe for 1 second that, look, we put sanctions on Russia, so we're not getting their oil. You're not getting their oil from China, but you can get it from Chinese. Or from Russia, sorry, but you can get it if you just sell it to China, and then China brings it right to like, look, at least it's not Russia. Comes from Russia, but you don't give a fuck about that. As long as it's a Chinese ship coming through, boop, they won't say a fucking word.
Yep.
And guess what China's been doing this? Jacking up the price, and the people from the ranch get a healthy dose of money. And so do the people from the Hollywood movies, and then you get the shit.
Yeah, I have this interesting article Quote, we're a part of this movement too. Transgender and non-binary people say they feel excluded from the abortion fight.
It's because you're broken people.
Excuse me?
What, the
Rainbow Coalition? Didn't you remove your genitals? How are you going to get pregnant? Or get anyone else pregnant? I'm asking them.
I was going to say, I still have my genitals.
Didn't these people remove their genitals? How do they have an issue?
I don't think they had any balls to begin with.
Yeah, I guess so.
Mikiko
Galpin still feels the impact of being sexually SA'd by someone who he thought he could trust, and the tough decisions he was forced to make after multiple pregnancy scares.
What?
Multiple pregnancy scares. What's going on? I don't think that's SA. If it's multiples, how many times did it happen? So you're having unprotected sex as a woman who has not removed your genitals or gone through stuff to remove your lady parts, which, by the way, it's kind of like the main part of taking male hormones, okay? It's going to remove your ability to get pregnant. Women's hormones are really, really, really sensitive compared to men, okay?
So basically, this woman is just a...
This is a woman who's a slut.
She's basically a walking fuckhole.
Yeah, who it wants to... Probably gets off on this to some degree, just to guess. When Roe v. Wade was overturned in June, it was a sad and heavy moment for the 29-year-old transgender man. He was taken aback to the first time he took a pregnancy test prior to transitioning. He recalls crying in the passenger seat of a friend's car at 2 a.m. trying to search for a pharmacy that was still open so he could buy a pregnancy test. At the time, Galpin said he felt trapped and didn't know where to turn while navigating the complexities of a pregnancy scare resulting from a traumatic experience. An anxious Galpin feared the potential of upending his life to care for a baby at a young age. At 29?
Yeah, that's a bit much.
Well, how old? It doesn't say how old he was when... It doesn't say how old they were. At a young age, how old?
When they should kicked off in their minds?
I don't know. I just wanted to get a pregnancy test and know if I was pregnant at that point. And just feeling that complete sense of having no control over this really big part of your life, Galpin said.
Okay, like, there's a lot of irony in that statement.
Like, what?
Especially the bit about
Did they just have this sexual experience?
No, obviously not.
Because it's going to be like a month later, plus that you would know about this, that you're pregnant. It's like over a month that's going to take. I think when the decision came down, okay, if you had this traumatic experience, why didn't you take Plan B?
Or why didn't you take Plan B? Sex.
No, let's say that they were, raped, okay? Why didn't you take Plan B? Take it within 48 hours and you won't get pregnant.
They said multiple times, which tells me they... I was going to say return to the scene of the crime.
I have questions about this, right?
Yeah,
how is this happening? How is this happening multiple times? How is this fucking happening?
You have really bad friends, or maybe you weren't that. Maybe you actually just fucked and you regret it a bunch of times. But you also hate yourself, so would you go back to it over and over again? By
the way, it seems we have very mixed results on is the negative 5% funding worth student safety. So I'm guessing that, I'm not sure, maybe the no might have been because people think that they shouldn't receive any limited, reduced funding. Or
that it's really inefficient.
It is very inefficient. I think it's almost nothing. If you guys know how much money these public schools get, that's nothing. Well, I guess it is. It's a lot of money in the big scheme of things, but they get so much money.
Yeah, the unions basically control the education system.
Oh yeah, they get. If you look at how much public schools get, it's sickening.
And I think when you see how shitty the results are.
Yeah, I think when the decision came down, I had the same feeling of not having control over this very momentous and personal thing that myself and other people. Whoops. I scrolled wrong. Oof. Sorry, I did that during
Once you understand American
thing.
Politics, we've got you.
Yeah, that momentous and personal thing that myself and other people who have reproductive abilities are going through in the coming months and years. So, no, this was when they were 29. This is when they're 29. And transgender? And what? Yo, how is this happening when you're transgender and 29?
Read that again?
This whole pregnancy scare? I thought they said it was taking back the first time I took a pregnancy test prior to transitioning. When is this then? Oh, he's saying whatever. The way this is phrased is really poorly. CNN, you fucked this whole article up. So it's very difficult to understand the time.
This is CNN.
Yeah. Although Galpin turned out not to be pregnant, those fears about who gets to decide his reproductive rights still linger. Yeah, he could have gotten pregnant. God. Amid discourse surrounding women's rights and bodily autonomy in the 2 months since the federal reversal of right to an abortion, you don't have a right to it. It's not a right. Galpin and other transgender and non-binary advocates say their communities are often excluded from conversations about abortion, care, and other forms of reproductive health care.
Because you can't get pregnant, you fucking moron.
I know. Generally speaking, no. With the reversal, many people across various states are navigating a I hate this word navigating now.
Do you have a womb? Do you have ovaries? Do you have fallopian tubes? Can you produce eggs? If the answer
How
is
dare
no, you can't get pregnant.
Don't you understand?
No, I do. I think you don't understand.
Democrats agree that men can get pregnant.
Democrats are fucking morons.
Slayer P3 for 2 says privatized schooling will fix many issues. Maybe. Yeah. No wonder so many young people are confused. So Sleepy Shadow. Yeah. Definitely. No wonder they are.
Or just fucked up.
I mean, I can't imagine growing up and being like, someone telling me like I can't get pregnant because I'm a girl, but a boy can get pregnant because he identifies as a woman. Like, okay, whatever.
You're kind of weird.
Yeah, transgender non-binary advocates say the difficulties their communities face in accessing abortion care are magnified because you can't get pregnant if you're a dude. Transgender and non-binary people face unique barriers to abortion and reproductive care related to transphobia, including being refused medical care. If you are a genetic male and you show up to a women's health clinic saying, I think I'm pregnant, could you please look at my am hole? And then they go, sir, this is an abortion clinic. That's not you being the subject of transphobia. You can't get pregnant in your bookie, okay? That's just how it works. Shut the fuck up. Ugh.
Sounds lovely.
Being misgendered by medical providers and staff over a lack of knowledge. No, you have an overall lack of knowledge that your inside-out pee-pee cannot get pregnant. Okay? Transgender people experience high levels of poverty and unemployment relative to cisgender people. There's reasons for that. It's called mental health problems, okay? And these factors have been linked to lower rates of health insurance. It's mostly mental health because they are largely mentally ill, and rather than treating their mental illness, we are causing permanent damage to their body and permanent changes to their body, rather than treating their mental health issues. These barriers are further exacerbated for transgender and non-binary people of color and low-income transgender, and I'm just so tired. So many buzzwords. Often there is not the understanding that trans men are men and non-binary people are non-binary people. No. And the needs of both people of these categories and folks who are capable of pregnancy are often overlooked. Okay, folks who are capable of pregnancy. Can we say who those are? Spoon, who are the folks who are capable of pregnancy?
Male ones?
Yes, male ones, right, obviously.
None, because men can't do that.
I know. Troubled Cat for 14 Czar, I'm not sure what that is, says human compassion enables evil. Also check Twitter. I will check Twitter in a moment. I'm trying not to have too many tabs open because I'm using Google Chrome, and Google Chrome is
guess what that's
currently
from?
Fucking with my computer. What? Czar?
Yeah.
Is that South African?
Yeah.
I thought so, but
that's South African rand, isn't it?
Oh no.
Suid-Afrikaanse rand. At least I think so. Well, let me see. Troubled Cat's from South Africa.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Very cool. Thank you. For many transgender and non-binary people, the reversal in June was yet another attack on their bodily autonomy to kill babies amid a record year of state bills seeking to curtail LGBTQ rights. How is the right to kill babies a right against the thing is LGBTQ rights? Most of which target transgender and most of Roe v. Wade targets transgender and non-binary people.
What?
Just look. This CNN article says Roe v. Wade targets explicitly transgender and non-binary people.
No, I think they mean the bodily autonomy part.
Oh, maybe. What would they link to here?
Yeah, because it says that it's an attack on bodily autonomy. That's why. That's the bit. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. I thought they were saying Roe v. Wade did. All right, my bad.
Yeah, but it still sounds fucking insane.
Yeah, it's because they want to. They're angry that they can't put little babies on hormone blockers.
Oh god, I see Obama in the news again. He's such a.
Bradford said, as more transgender and non-binary people seek to terminate their pregnancies, this is just so evil. This is so evil. I hate. Spoon, I can't take this. Can you take over for the minute? I can't. This is actually I can't.
You want me to read this shit?
Because I can't. Bradford said, "Can you start?" Because dude, this is nightmare fuel, right? The fuck, dude.
It said Bradford said more mentally ill people being to terminate the abominations growing inside of them may need to travel.
Spoon, no, that's the babies are innocent, dude.
Moving on. Pregnant with pure evil. May need to travel to access life-killing services. Cost barriers, because I'm just going to say it bluntly, I'm not going to dress it up with their fancy gay feckin' language here.
Yeah, look at the way CNN has to... Yeah, just say for what it is, not the way CNN's trying to fucking phrase it.
Yeah, access for poor people who can't control their fucking genitals and urges, and other difficulties may take these services... or maybe make these services even more accessible, we talk to any mentally damaged person that has to travel across states, except if they have a gun, in which case it probably would be in trouble. We are doubly prepared for states. Doubly prepared for stairs, for violence.
No.
You seriously think you are prepared for violence?
Right? Really? I mean, again, they make this stuff up in their heads.
Looking for all of our escape exits, like Jesus.
This is their it's a fantasy, right? They fantasize. First of all, they have this victim complex, and part of it is the victim fantasy. It's perpetual in-group victimhood orientation, correct? PIVO.
There's a heightened level of violence against the mentally ill people.
They fantasize. They fantasize about being victims because it's part of their self-identity. And what is required if you're a victim? Oh, you have to be victimized. So they literally fantasize and dream about all the ways they could potentially be victimized. It's nuts. You're mentally ill, okay?
And you enjoy being subjected to humiliation and pain.
Oh, they want to be in a weird way. They want to be
because it gives them status.
Humiliated. They want to be humiliated. They want to be victimized. They want someone to break in and cause them a slightest inconvenience because then it gives them validation to their victimhood mentality into their PIVO.
You know those people who go for like fake insurance fraud claims, but like throwing themselves in front of a car?
That's what this is.
Yeah, they're basically
that's the modern version of this.
Yes.
This is the modern version of the guy who's walking across the street and just runs into your car at like 5 miles an hour, you know?
Yeah. And then you drive over them.
Dude, like back in the 90s even, my aunt, who's like the sweetest person, someone like rammed into her car and claimed that it was basically the woman like... My aunt was shifting lanes. The woman then sped up so that my aunt would run into her car. Barely tapped her. This woman, stupid bitch, cried and screamed in front of a judge about this shit and ended up getting, like, I'm not even joking, like $250,000 off my aunt.
What?
Over the course of 20 years, because she constantly brings up new lawsuits and says she still has back pain. 20 years later.
Off.
Yeah, these are these people. This is the same type of person. This is the same fucking type of person who does that kind of shit.
Yeah, it's basically insurance fraud.
A leech.
Yeah. So the 2021 study also found that nearly 1 in 5 mentally ill people and more mentally ill people who were ever pregnant...
Are you struggling? What's my wife actually want you to try to read this? It's insane, right? It reads like you're reading like a fiction from an alien world.
It reported an attempt to be kicked down a flight of fucking stairs without clinical care with methods ranging from physical trauma, kicked down the flight of stairs, and substance abuse, so drinking yourself into a stupor, to fasting and use of birth control or Plan B, so being punched in the stomach.
Plan B? No, Plan B is not. Like, they're acting like that's insane. Plan B is an emergency medical contraceptive that can be taken for up to, I think, 3 days. I'm fairly sure. So 72 hours after sex. So if you have been violated, we've talked about this before.
These people can have sex?
If you've been violated, for example, that's the claim that this person was.
I've been violated reading this article.
I know. This person in this article, for example, who claimed they had to have all these abortions, right? Over and over, keeps getting violated. Could have taken Plan B. Okay? Could have taken the morning after pill. It's the other word for it, right? 72 hours, 3 days. By the way,
just out of curiosity, if you're supposedly a female, right, and you trans, and you can still get pregnant.
The person who's complaining is a biological female, yes.
Yes, but if you want to be a man and you can still get pregnant, you're not transitioning, you're just a mutilated female.
Well, if you're on that level of testosterone, you shouldn't be having periods and stuff anymore.
For the brain.
You shouldn't be having periods and stuff anymore. So these people are, I mean, they're not, like, this is their new thing. They now say that, like, you don't have to take hormones, you don't have to transition, you don't have to have any of the surgeries. Yeah, and I'm sorry, but, like, I don't think so. I'm not that I want people to mutilate themselves without having and I say mutilate because if you have not just figured out that this is the exact correct thing for you, and there are transgender people who do find gender affirming care to be the right course of action for them, to go through these surgeries, and that's the right thing for them. And if that's the right thing for them to make the decision as an adult, then I am fully supportive of them in making that decision. I am not supportive of them making decisions for children to do this, okay? That's the problem. That's where we come into these issues. And if you're claiming that you're a male, but you're not making any decisions for it, I don't think you can really call yourself a male either. Sorry. I mean, that's just the way that I feel about it.
No, I feel like if you start a sentence with...
And vice versa.
I feel like a woman... No, then you've already been out the fucking window.
Well, I call Blair White a woman. You know? I use she, her pronouns for Blair White, because Blair White passes. And I'm not, and not just because Blair White passes, but because Blair White makes an attempt. Do you know what I mean? Blair White clearly
of the most women do, actually.
Blair White clearly wants to be seen as a woman, passes as a woman, and so I call Blair White a woman, someone who doesn't make any attempt,
troll like a guy,
and just acts like a dick, and makes everyone else, like Jessica Yaniv, for example, who goes to Asian salons and asks them to wax his testicles. No, I won't. Excuse me. No, you're a pervert. That's what you are. Yeah. You're a perv.
And then you see that insane shit, and like this person said that she said that people did not want to wax her testicles. And like, okay, we've officially ended the clownwood people. No.
Yeah, and sued them over it.
And then didn't they win as well?
And got money from the Canadian government. And that's not from the salons, but from the government. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe so. I could be wrong.
Juno Obeden Malavir, which is a great name by the way, an obstetrician. Obstetrician, sorry, my bad. And a gynecologist who was one of the authors of the study. I wonder if she has any biases. Biases.
I know that, like, it's so funny that I think that I'm considered a TERF by these transgender people because I don't agree with their shit. And you know what TERF stands for, Spoon?
Trans exclusion and radical feminist.
It sure does. Am I a radical feminist?
No, not at all.
But I would be considered a TERF by these people because I don't like what they do to women. So no, sorry.
No. Said she expects the prevalence of self-managed abortions.
Self-managed abortion? What the fuck is that?
I was about to say, what the fuck does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
Does that just mean morning after pills?
If that's what it is, then I don't have any problem with that. Yeah. I've said this extensively. I have no problem with the use of the morning after pill. It prevents implantation, which prevents prevents a baby from happening. It's the same thing as contraception. So
TERF is an insult. I'm not a feminist.
Yeah, TERF is just an insult. That's about all it is, really. So under these people's definition, I would be a TERF, even though I'm not a feminist. But
yes, so let's see. Managed abortions among the mentally ill community, numbers 1 and 2, to increase the following overturning of Roe and abortion restriction access across the country.
I think mine would be.
This is just insane.
Wouldn't my term be trans exclusionary radical? I think this would mine be trans exclusionary radical men's rights advocate. There we go. I like advocate, not activist. I don't like activism towards anything. So I'll go with terma. There we go. You can call me that.
You also be Turk.
Trans exclusionary. What is it? Turk?
Yeah.
Radical. What's
Chauvinist.
K stand for? Chauvinist. There. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'll take that one.
Or if you want to make a political, it'd be term.
Trans exclusionary radical.
Monarchist.
Monarchist. There we go. I dig it. Yeah, I like it.
I like Turk though.
Turk's good too.
Yeah, the chauvinist. Because you do hate women.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I hate. Oh
For
my god, this
comedic
article
purposes.
is really long. I don't want to go through all the. Oh my god, look at
the-
how long this is. Fuck this. Oh my god. I did want to go over one little update.
I'm sorry, but I look at.
I don't care anymore.
I look
The
at
reality is just fuck off.
No, I just.
The reality is
people,
fuck off.
I look at those people and go, "You are never gonna have sex."
They probably do, which is the sad thing, is that they probably have a lot of sex. That's why it's a problem.
Yeah, just not with humans.
So I do want to say this is a rumor, as Nick DiOrio says here, that the K person doxed a KF user who is actually a Hispanic family. So I don't know if this is true. That Kiefels threatened them with family info docs obtained via a private investigator, uploaded a video of the interaction from the Discord recorder. Later, Keffels tweets out that they did in fact threaten someone with their name and family info, and also said they would contact the person's boss. They then deleted the tweets shortly after, but archives still exist showing they said this. Funniest thing about this is the user says that they were blackmailed, claims that Keffels had the wrong doxes, but targeting a completely unrelated and innocent person. So this is this person, Winter. He, she, I don't know, is a poster on Kiwi Farms. I don't know how much of this is true, but why are these screenshots so weird looking? But it would be interesting if this person did, in fact, dox a Hispanic family that's not even this person's family. I just want to point out, though, either way, I have your face, your name. I know what schools you went to. I know every member of your family. This is a person who's crying and about doxing, being doxed. Who's trying to take down websites because doxing is bad. I have your name, your face. I know what schools you went to. I know every member of your family. Just saying. These are the transgender people we're supposed to be protecting, right?
You're weird as fuck, bro. You're a 30-year-old white guy trying to scare some brown kid.
Yeah. Well, it always gets worse. Because these are the same kinds of people, aren't they?
Hungover, horny, and at work.
Yep.
That's kind of fucked up.
I sent you this before, but let's look at this, guys. So. This is insane. An Oregon preschool teacher has been suspended after he posted tweets about masturbating at work and created an OnlyFans account, according to Newsweek. Marco Antonio Reyes Rojas, a preschool teacher at Fruit and Flower Child Care Center in Portland, came to attention when he was featured in the media in August for sharing his story with monkeypox. Marco Antonio Reyes Rojas?
No, the place, the school.
Oh, Fruit and Flower Child Care Center. By the way, there's no way this stream is not getting demonetized, guys. So if any of you are enjoying this, want to give us $1 or $2, there's no way this stream does not get demonetized.
What kind of disturbing is the fact that they're suspended and not outright fired out of a cannon.
But hear the whole story, though. Here's the whole story.
Go on.
He raised more than $7,000 on his GoFundMe account for having monkeypox. Here's the Newsweek article.
Why?
Because he had. What do you think? Thousands of dollars of donations.
What you need $7,000 to get rid of it, or?
Yeah, to treat his monkeypox.
Or to make the children disappear who you clearly gave it to.
This country really sucks, he wrote on Facebook, leaving its people to fend for themselves and asking the community to help. It's been super hard navigating living with monkeypox.
Stop engaging in gay sex, then, you.
Hispanic teacher from Oregon is infected with monkeypox and makes an urgent appeal to the community. raised over $7,000 for the preschool teacher.
You can really crowdfund for any stupid shit, can't you?
You sure can. Then his Twitter is released, though. He was suspended from his job and from future childcare positions by the entire state of Oregon after Rojas had allegedly posted sexually explicit and highly concerning posts. Let's read about them.
Oh, God.
The Office of Child Care has determined that the individual is not suitable for enrollment in the registry, and that the individual poses a substantial threat and serious danger to the health and safety of children, and suspended the individual's enrollment from the Central Background Registry, effective August 19th, 2022. Rojas tweeted from the Twitter account Sensual Bottom, that's Zimzimzur's Twitter, while employed at the preschool, which had the bio 30-year-old Mexican oral power bottom living in Portland, Oregon. Preschool teacher by day, sensual bottom by night, 18 plus.
Sensual? I'm not even going to ask.
Preschool teacher. Preschool teacher. Thank you guys for taking care of the porn bot in the chat. Yeah.
Filthy harlots.
Yeah. So, Marco Reyes was being treated as a hero in Portland after coming forward about being a preschool teacher with monkeypox, but for months has repeatedly posted about being sexually aroused at work. On June 30th, Rojas tweeted, "This body needs to be exposed," and said he would be posting on OnlyFans. Newsweek stated, in 2021, Rojas put out a series of tweets including hungover, horny, and at work. I'm so horny at work. I swear I'm still high right now at work and horny. What else do I have to say?
Not much.
This person has caught monkeypox, raised $7,000 for having monkeypox, which we now know the statistics. Who gets monkeypox, Spoon? Do you know the statistics on it?
Overwhelmingly those who are gay.
98.1%, I believe, men who have sex with men. The rest are people who have sex with men who have sex with men.
Is it specifically the white ones?
It's everybody. Monkeypox is almost exclusively a, quote, gay disease.
Weird.
So this guy is horny at his preschool job around little children.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of this.
It's making me, I'm getting so mad.
Why?
I'm getting so fucking mad. Because they're pedophiles, that's why. And I'm going to show you why. Here we have a leak. Franklin High School.
Maps.
Hang on, let me go back to the beginning. Franklin High School teacher appears to promote pedophilia in classroom. Don't call them pedophiles. Let's listen.
We're not going to call them that. We're going to call them maps. No. Minor attracted persons. No. So don't judge people just because they want to have sex with a 5-year-old.
Don't judge people just because they want to have sex with a 5-year-old. They put up an article on this story.
What's up,
Franklin High School teacher's lesson stirs up debate. What is there to debate? There's a reason why these people, when they become a sex offender, their pictures are posted on websites. They got to check in. These kids that go through this kind of trauma, they grow up and they end up doing it to other little kids. Yep. Pedophiles are sick people. They don't need compassion. They need to be locked up.
No, Keith, no. Don't call them that.
So I agree with the Hodge twins, obviously. Here we have it, though. Don't call them pedophiles. They're minor attracted persons. And if you need any more freaking evidence that this stuff's going on in schools, here we go. This book, Let's Talk About It, is in both public libraries and school libraries all over the country in sections for minors where they can get it with no parental consent. In this thread, I'll show you some places carrying it. You can help by searching your local public library. This is in young adult sections, as you will see. That's between 12 and 18-year-olds. Now, thankfully, these images are blurred, which is why I can show them. A great place to research fantasies and kinks safely is the internet. Kind of like the least safe place to search up this stuff. Turnigamer 5 says catching monkeypox is gay. Aiden probably. I mean, unironically, it is. There are tons of people and communities out there who share your interests and have all kinds of advice. Talk to random people on the internet, children, about sex. Oh my god. Oh my god. When consumed right, porn can help you discover new aspects of your sexuality and help you safely explore kinks and fantasies. Do your research, look up interviews with your fave porn performers, go to sites they recommend, and pay for your porn. Children 12 to 18. In public schools. Here's a head up. Pornography is a performance. It's not a blueprint for how to have sex in real life. It's like an action movie. Like an action movie isn't how to drive a car. There's nothing wrong with enjoying some porn. It's a fun, sugary treat. In response to, should I worry about watching too much porn? A fun, sugary treat. There's just goatsy in this image. After the train has left the station, so to speak, and you've had a chance to wash up or douche back there, you can have an ass load of fun with a healthy heaping of lube. 12 to 18-year-olds. 12 to 18-year-olds. Apply broad pressure to the outside of the... I'm not going to read any of this. Dive deeper with your finger or a butt plug. Oh my god. 12 to 18-year-olds. This part is entirely censored out. Look at this. Or please don't look at it. We're probably going to get freaking censored from YouTube for a book that is in high schools. This is in high schools. The sugary chocolate starfish. Unironically, it's in this freaking book. It's in Nashville. Hillsborough High School in Nashville has this book on their shelf right now. The Nashville Library has the book tagged under the 11th grade reading list in the list of best books of 2021, which recommends it to kids. Guess which media outlet said this would be great summer reading for kids and teens? CNN made this recommendation of that book, that graphic pornography, to children. A guide to LGBTQ summer reading for kids and teens from the authors themselves. This is the book I just showed you. Let's talk about it. Teens Guide to Sex, Relationships, and Being Human. CNN recommends this book for kids and teens. Yeah, this stream is super demonetized, by the way. Yeah. 07, guys. But like, after showing that, even though it's censored, doesn't matter. Again, I censor it, or it's been censored, but and that's not okay for YouTube. But it's fine to be shown to children in a library. Okay, I want to bring us up a little bit out of this, show some less fucked up stuff, sort of. In that, not everything in the world is terrible. Most of it is, but not all of it is. I want to show you this, which has gone viral, of a kid who went to a Trump rally. A liberal kid goes to a Trump rally. Just watch the whole clip. Goes to a Trump rally and makes a bunch of friends. This is very sweet and wholesome. So let's reduce our anger. Let's come up a little bit. Let's put that degeneracy behind us. Let's come up and let's see something wholesome and nice for a little bit.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a liberal who is going viral for reaching across the aisle to make new friends at a Trump rally.
I'm a liberal, and I went to a Trump rally to see if there was common ground. Going in, I was expecting aggression, but I actually experienced a lot of kindness. Do you want to be friends?
Of course. Loved everybody.
Sure. I'm going to get a hug.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes! That last clip was Holly, and she invited me to a women's Bible study, so Malik and I went.
This is Samuel, one of Holly's friends.
And again, we experienced incredible kindness.
They're a fun group of people.
I'm a liberal, and I went... TikTok user 100 New Friends, a.k.a. Samuel Donner, joins us right now from L.A. Samuel, good morning to you.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Great to meet you. We saw this. We thought we got to talk to this guy. So the idea was you wanted to go to what you, as a liberal, thought would be a hostile environment.
Volume up. Sorry, guys. Let me turn the. I don't. Oh yeah, I know how to turn my volume up. Give me 1 second. Oh, actually, can I? Hang on. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Event, and have that turn.
It's a little bit quiet, even on my side.
It actually was much more friendly than I was expecting. I mean, as like growing up in LA, you think that these events are going to be like very aggressive. And also I was kind of just saying that I was a liberal, but I was absolutely like baffled that people wanted to talk and would actually be friends with me when I asked, want to be friends? And they said yes.
That's right. So ultimately, I think what you found is that it is easy to find common ground with people you do not agree with politically, right?
Yeah, I think that's what like 100 New Friends in Jubilee is about.
Real quick, 7 dead people. I'll be honest, the instant invitation to Bible study seems creepy to me. I can understand that, but if you're a Christian person and this person's like, I'm a liberal, they might be like, hey, why don't we... They're going to assume that you don't believe in Jesus and be like, hey, do you know about Jesus? Because part of being a Christian is to be part of the ministry, right? Which means to share the word of the Lord. And so that means that if it seems creepy to you, I can understand why it seems culty, but to them, they think they're just helping him. Be like, hey, why don't you come to our Bible study class and see that it's okay? And we'll talk about the word of the Lord and that, you know, things are going to be okay or whatever. I can see why it comes off as creepy, but for Christians, they're not necessarily trying to inculcate or indoctrinate. They're trying to be able to share in their minds and from their perspective, they're trying to share the love of God. I know that can seem culty and creepy. They didn't tell him he had to go at threat of, we're not going to be allowed to have a job if you don't take the Jesus pill. Do you know what I mean? They're just inviting him. So I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
That's the company I'm working with.
But I can see where you're coming from.
We're just trying to find common ground between humans. And I think like at the end of the day, humans have a lot more common ground than we're led to believe. So.
Right. Let's take a look. Here's another clip. You trying to find common ground with more humans.
I'm a liberal, and I'm trying to make friends at a Trump rally to see if there's more common ground than I thought.
You want to be friends?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm Sam. What's your name?
I'm Todd.
Can you tell me about your shirt?
We're non-binary.
What does that mean?
Well, that means that we are very much against what our current socialist president is doing. We have a tremendous racial problem. We don't have to be part of that. We're not a part of that. We support people of all races, and so anybody that says that Republicans are racist are absolutely incorrect.
So Samuel, after you made these videos, have you told your friends, hey, you know, I went to this Trump rally? And
here's the sad part, guys. Like I've shown this so far because this is very wholesome. I like this a lot. I went to this guy's Instagram where he originally posted this, where it kind of went viral. And I would say that the vast majority, because what I was expecting when I went to the Instagram is that I expected people to be talking shit about him. No, they weren't. It was people basically. Almost all the posts that I saw were saying, see if you can go to a Biden event and call yourself a conservative and ask to be friends. That's the most common comment that I saw, like hundreds of them.
People were friendly.
And you can see it here, even on the Fox News article as well, or Fox News video.
What has their reaction been?
I mean, when I was going over, they're like, you're going to like Memphis, one of like the homicide capitals of the world, and of the country, and like there's a lot of gun violence over there, and then you're going to a Trump rally on top of that.
This guy's from California and he thinks Memphis is dangerous.
It seemed fairly scary. And I think that's honestly what I wanted to test. Like,
I do think it's funny. I actually don't know if this guy's from California. Just my guess, though, from the voice. And no offense to Samuel, but from the accent, thinking he's from Cali. And he thinks Memphis is the most dangerous place in the country. You might want to check up that all the most dangerous cities in the country are left-leaning cities. You're far safer in Memphis, but all right. I don't know who told you that, but all right.
What I thought was the most hostile environment I could. But when I went, I told them, like, it was...
Bill said there's a song called Walking in Memphis, there's no song called Walking in Baltimore.
Is actually fairly friendly, and I think, again, like, it's just about...
Yeah, he did say he's from LA. Thank you, Abigail.
Conversations.
Yeah. Right.
If you can start these conversations, you can actually understand where that common ground is, where it starts, and maybe where it ends. And even where it ends, you can discuss with each other, like, hey, like, let's find that common ground.
But you've got to start the conversation, and that's what you did by going there. I think going in, Samuel, you probably thought, you know what? I'm going to ask 100 people. I'll probably get 2 people who said, yeah, I want to be your friend. 49 out of 100 said, yeah, Samuel, I'll be your friend.
Yeah.
I'm sad it's that little, but I can see why they were afraid, because they've been now taught that people who want to claim to be their friends are trying to trick them into doing something wrong. And it's on both sides. It's on both sides. But I guarantee that if he did the same thing at a left-wing event,
oh my god, people would lose their fucking minds.
Out of 100, how many do you think it'd be?
Which?
How many? He asked, would you be my friend, to 100 people at a Trump rally? And 49 said yes.
I was going to say, I already know the answer to this question. Oh, you mean if it was on the other side?
Other side. How many do you think on the other side?
Not even one.
I think 5. I'd say 5. I'm not that black-pilled. I'm more black-pilled than you. I think about 5, but I think if it was the 5, I think the 5 would say, because they want to indoctrinate him into their cult. And maybe they did want to do that too.
That's what
to him back.
This kid of doing.
Animation Limited, is Freya still my cat? Yeah, she's great. She lives with my mom back in the US. I'd like to bring her over here, but it's very difficult to bring animals overseas.
I'm going to do a video on this, and I can guarantee you someone would say something insane like...
I'm worried about this kid. Yeah, I'm actually worried about this kid that the left's going to come after him and try to cancel him and destroy his life.
No, that'll be fine.
I don't want to say mark my words, but mark my words.
So nervous going in, like I had a pit in my stomach.
Because I don't want anything bad to happen to him. I really appreciate what this kid's done. So I don't want him to get harassed.
I don't want him insane, and his side can fucking nuts.
Yeah, I don't want him to get attacked, but my thought is that the left is going to attack him really hard over this.
By the way, do you know, I find it's interesting that this kid, he said, well, he was basically said you're going to find yourself at essentially the other end of a pitchfork.
Yeah.
Essentially the whole deal. And then only for him to come out.
And go, no.
Yeah, that's not exactly the case. People are actually nice. It makes the Trump supporters human, and your side look insanely deranged and have no fucking idea what the other side are actually like.
And we were talking earlier that, whatever you think about her these days, Karlin Borisenko did this a couple of years ago, where she was a left-leaning person, went into a Trump rally and went, holy shit, these are like really nice and normal people.
Yes.
And I was told by everyone around me that they were evil and would try to kill me.
Yeah. And that's not true at all.
No. I mean, it's really upsetting because, the people on the left really think... I've told this story a million times about my friend. She got absolutely convinced from reading Teen Vogue that Trump supporters wanted to kill her. It's like, how the fuck do you end up with this mindset? Because you consume nothing but insane cultish news. And I don't think people on the left necessarily want to... I think there's probably some. I think most of them, they want to just indoctrinate me. They want to change my mind. And I don't mean by being my friend, I mean by social pressure. No, but I don't think it's most of them who feel that way. I just don't think they'd be nice. I don't think they're really capable of being nice. They're very smug, very, coastal elitist, think I'm an idiot if I disagree with them. I'm too stupid to understand their highfalutin ideas. Don't matter. No, I'm just some gosh darn, hillbilly from West by God, Virginia. I wouldn't be able to understand on them, a Western city or them city folk talk. I can't be. Woo-wee. Very infuriating, by the way.
Talking to people around Memphis before that. And so before the Trump rally, I'm like, okay, no one's going to want to talk to me. And there were a couple people who did not want to talk to me, but overall,
yeah, of course there will be.
Everyone was super friendly. And then Holly in that first video that you showed, she invited me to her women's Bible study class, out of the blue. She was so nice. And then me and my friend Malik went there, and again, a ton of empathy.
No kidding. Samuel Donner, thank you for being our friend, sir. And
yeah, for real. Thank you, Samuel.
Yeah, do you want to be friends?
Yes.
I also want to be friends. Let's be friends. I love it. There's your white pill for the gays for the day, guys. I really appreciate that. There is the opposite, however, of this. Now I know you've seen the opposite, and I hope I would assume many of you have also seen the opposite. Here's
so don't worry,
the opposite.
It's on its way. It just needs a lot of time to edit, of course. So
this.
I just run into a
Here's Callum trying to talk to me. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. I didn't timestamp this. We're going to skip. Obviously, go subscribe to Britannica Politica. That's Callum's right here. You can see it.
Scroll down.
Britannica Politica. Scroll down. Oh, look, a spoon comment. So
I think I'm the top comment on that page, actually.
It's the second one for me.
Yeah.
But
so
look
what I wrote.
What did you write? You wrote, "We are staging a public protest, but God forbid people bring a camera to show the public protest." I swear. Yeah, it's crazy. We'll watch a little of this. Go check out Callum's YouTube channel and check him out on Getter if you have a Getter account. Definitely check out Callum. He's a very cool dude. Of course, you can see him on Lotus Eaters as well.
I like the way that he's embracing the caliphate.
He went to Afghanistan. It's where he got his get up from. His based outfit. Brother Carl.
Based?
This is a protest against Tomlin Robinson. They're just calling him a racist because he speaks the truth about Islam. And so this is...
And the guy defending him is wearing the...
I know.
It's Callum's outfit. It's just a fucking trolling meme.
I know. So Callum shows up dressed as a Muslim. And the guy protesting Tomlin Robinson
I noticed no one gave him credit for cultural appropriation.
No, because how could they? They don't know. He is a Muslim. They don't know. I'm actually shocked because normally you'd think they would. But let's just watch a little bit of this because this is amazing.
It's fucking funny.
Gang gear with a mate and just have a chat. And apparently they had now decided that they no longer wanted to be filmed or seen because presumably this would make people dislike their movement. Hello.
What?
Hey, King Kunta, everybody want to cut the legs off him. Kunta, black man take a no loss. So yeah, bitch, where are you when I was walking around the game? Got the whole world talking King Kunta. Everybody want to cut the legs off him. Boy, you got the yams. What's the yams?
I don't think you should be chasing someone and harassing them.
Look at this, though. Look at how pathetic this is.
Nasty smell, that, isn't it? Very nasty.
Very nasty smell. We smell a nasty smell. Look at this cuck. Look at this little soy boy.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It smells like Hitler's bunker.
I was like, how would you...
I wouldn't know what that smelled like.
Exactly. How would you know what Hitler's bunker smelled like?
The fascists must know that.
That's so good.
Or the communists that found him.
Yeah, true.
There's nowhere to get. Don't smell it. Oh, no, you don't believe
it, do you? You come here and you stand in silence, but you're getting somewhere whereas everyone else
You're nobody, mate. You're nothing. You never will.
No.
I don't care. I'm not.
What an insane thing to say. You're a nobody. You're a nobody, mate. Get out of here. You're a nobody. You're a nobody. As you're...
He's enough of someone to annoy you, which is quite funny.
Yeah, also, what a bizarre... It's so indicative of their mindset. You don't have mainstream media attention. You don't have mainstream media behind you. That means you don't matter, because the only people who matter are the mainstream media. The trusted sources. Okay. How bizarre. What a crazy mindset,
way,
right?
If he's nothing and he's nobody, why are you worried about him recording?
Yeah, why can't he record if he's a nobody?
Yes.
Exactly.
Who's going to see it if he's nobody?
Right. Yeah, who cares then?
It's for fate.
Don't you miss it?
I don't know, but give a crap.
Straight up projection. Aether line, yeah, you're right.
Absolute nobody.
Okay.
We don't have to be somebody.
Like, what's
exactly. Yeah, you don't have to be somebody.
Is that what you do as well? You want to be a somebody?
Yes. He doesn't answer this because yes, that's why he does it. He wants to be a somebody. That's why he says it. That's why he's out here. He wants attention. This is, by the way, woman behavior, my dude. I want attention. Woman behavior.
We did try to reason with some of them, and then also played a game with...
It's literally your guys with their banners. It's not But if people see people with your banners, they'll make them not like them? Or...
While playing Rage Against the Machine.
Yeah.
Just a drone, just does orders, that's whole. What's never gone wrong in the 20th century? NPC.
Yeah, look at this NPC. Like he literally is like he's literally an NPC.
Okay, we go up, we go up. When I say we go down, we go down. No. You're only afraid of people seeing it if you think people seeing it will make them dislike it.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Callum.
So you think people seeing stand up to racism signs will make people dislike stand up to racism? That's the logic of censorship. Happy with the logic? Yeah. Good to know.
I mean, nobody. He still cares about it so much.
Would you like to go to Afghanistan with me next time? The Taliban have the same views on censorship, if you're wondering. Except they're actually more favourable to my camera, which is funny.
Real quick, Animation Unlimited for 1500 Icelandic kroner says it's interesting how the woke crowd are being compared to communists all the time. Back in my days, communists like Pol Pot killed anybody who was exceptional as opposed to putting them on a pedestal. Yeah,
they don't have the balls to kill people.
They don't like exceptional people. They want people who are
equal,
completely dependent on the state. People who are miserable,
controllable.
And yes, exceptional people. By that I mean, autistic people, people who are transgender, people who need the state in some way, who are asking for state assistance. That's what they want. More people who are reliant on state assistance, which is instead of being reliant on their own autonomy. Thank you, by the way, Animation Unlimited.
You want this again?
Yeah, want to come to Afghanistan with me?
I'd like to see that video.
It's not much, is it?
Right? Huh?
There's not much to see here, is it? It's just a nice shot of all the banners.
I'm just watching it. It'd be great.
However, trying to explain the logic of censorship to these people just led to one of them getting
creepy guy behind him is the one who assaulted him or tried to assault him.
To assault me.
Yeah.
These guys are more tolerant of photography than you are. You understand?
No, see, he's trying to hide his assault.
The bloodthirsty terror.
That other guy's gonna try to assault him, and they're trying to hide it. As they always do. These Antifa types are always the same.
Yeah.
They talk about how much they want, we want everything to be overt and transparent, but we want to be able to hide all of our own fucking violence. It's because these are violent extremists who just want to be able to get away with what they want, and that means to destroy society, to create what they think is going to be a communist utopia. It won't be, by the way, where all of them are in power. There's not enough room for all of you to be in power. You won't all be the oligarchs. They all think they will be, but you won't. There's only room for a couple of them, and it won't be you idiots standing out here on the square. You'll have nothing, and you won't be happy if you get what you supposedly want.
Hang on. Hang on.
Hey. Oh, back it up. Back it up. Back it up.
Even the fucking British police can do something right occasionally.
You saw that though, he was winding them up though, wasn't he? He's been here.
He's trying to show
people up.
He's trying to show a picture from his phone.
Well, it's going to happen, isn't it, if you don't do anything? Yes, because if I see an image, I just start attacking the person. Can I make the complaint now or later?
Just wait, I'll take your details.
Thank you.
Do you think when we go and film the other one, they'll also assault Callum because he looks like a Muslim?
Because he looks like a Muslim and they're racist.
Bit ironic, isn't it?
Turbans, though, are just smooth as hell.
They won't even... Look, they won't even let his own cameraman just film his face!
Culture, like, none of that kind of talk.
Oh, we are going to go.
I've explained it. You're not listening.
Okay, I think we get the gist of it.
Yeah.
That's something interesting here. We talked about Dark Brandon recently. Now, I don't know if we're gonna have time to watch Dev's video. Maybe we can finish off with that. But I do want to definitely watch Ketanji Brown Jackson's response to a question from Peter Ducey. about the 2016 election versus the 2020 election, because this is very interesting.
The new attention on the
Look, Bill was laughing and he didn't even know what we're talking about.
Republicans. You tweeted in 2016
I knew this
Trump
was coming.
stole an election.
You knew it was coming because you know that you're a hypocrite. That's why. You knew it was coming because you know that you're a hypocrite, bitch.
I was waiting, Peter, when you were going to ask me that question.
Well, great. Here we go. You tweeted Trump stole an election.
I'm laughing. It's because I'm a hypocrite. All right.
You tweeted Trump stole an election. You tweeted Brian Kemp stole an election. If denying election results is extreme now, why wasn't
So
it then?
let's be really clear. That comparison that you made is just ridiculous. I have been.
Yep, there we go. If you claim that Donald Trump or any Republican stole an election, you cannot compare that to claiming that Biden stole an election. Now, I would think that these are two completely comparable things, considering that they try to impeach Trump once over supposedly stealing an election. Well, it was related to that. And they never stopped for 4 years claiming that he stole an election. But how dare you?
Well, you're asking me a question. Let me answer it.
And you said it was ridiculous.
You can't answer it.
I was talking specifically at that time of what was happening with voting rights and what was in danger of voting rights.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was speaking to at the time.
The new
So in other words, again, it's fine for them to claim that Donald Trump stole the 2016 election over and over and over and over again. But if you were to say, or even just to ask a question, any question about the integrity of the 2020 election, well, then you need to be shut the fuck down. You're a traitor. You're a threat to democracy. And how dare you even make such a comparison? I'd just like to point out that's the comparison that they're making. Now, also, remember, in terms of the Dark Brandon speech, that Trump is dividing the nation. He is the one who is caused so much violence and terrorism, etc. I'd like to just because he's a threat to democracy, and obviously all Republicans are threats to democracy. Here's a little just tape of the Democrats.
There aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is...
I know everyone's mostly seen this, but let's not freaking forget how the people talk, okay?
Peter.
There needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
When they go low, we kick them.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized up to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him. Punch some people in the face!
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
Johnny, you might want to walk that shit back. Considering the only people who supported you in your crap were Republicans. Anyway, we've seen a lot of this before. But let's be clear about what it is that they have the left has excessively called for violence. Now is blaming all calls for violence on dark MAGA, on Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans. Jarnegi, for 10, could not say it better myself, my dude. A phrase I have said many, many times myself, line by line, actually, Jarnegi. Our democracy is code for their oligarchy. Yes, that is what it is that democracy, what that means to them is their oligarchy. That's what it means. However, Trump, I do have evidence here, has been completely destroyed forever, because he will never be able to recover from this. Oh, Joe Biden coins hilarious new nickname for MAGA Republicans that's guaranteed to infuriate them, calls them Trumpies, which makes them sound like an evil cartoon villain we will squash next election. Retweet if you'll never be a Trumpy. Spoon, are you even still alive? Spoon? Oh no, he might have fallen asleep. Shit. Oh fuck. I hope he didn't fall asleep again. Oh god. It's alright. I have the ultimate keys, guys. We'll be fine. It looks like I'm in charge of it. Look at me. I am the channel now. You guys can still, yeah. Shit's still up. Oh, Trumpies. The Democrats just can't meme. You just can't. Oh. Yes, Spoon is in his drawer. How does he always fall asleep like this? I don't get it. I don't know how. The thing. Okay, here's the thing about Spoon. His alcohol tolerance is like 0. He can't. No, it wasn't that boring either line. We were doing interesting stuff mostly. All right. Okay. Man, I have to use the restroom. So, but I don't want to leave everybody here alone with the chat. So what do I do? Okay, how about this? Shoot. Okay. Because, yeah. Because I have to go use the restroom really quickly. I'm gonna play this again, just real quick. As I use the bathroom, I will be back in just 1 second.
Every time that I see your face, it always makes me smile. Oh. And every time that I drive to you, it's always worth my while. Oh. So let me sing for you, like the birds in the mountains do, like a child who cries for you. So let me sing for you, about the streets and the avenues. There's nothing I'd rather do. You not like you. You not like you. So let me sing for you, like the birds in the mountains do, like a child who cries for you. So let me sing for you, about the streets and the avenues.
You back, Spoon?
Yeah, man.
Alright. We'll watch through this again, since I was waiting for you to come back from being asleep. We only had a couple things left tonight.
Yeah, reclining in the chair is not a good idea.
Well, I'll play it again while I went to use the restroom real quick. Let's show the opposite of the grace of Queen Elizabeth and show Biden screaming and shaking like a madman during a bizarre speech.
We beat Farmer this year.
Oh, how did you?
Mattered. We're gonna change people's lives.
What does that fucking mean?
The fact that they gave billions of dollars to Big Pharma and made it so that they were unable to be in any way sued for giving people dangerous products.
He also took like 4 times more money from Big Pharma than Trump.
Sure did.
It's conveniently a fact that none of them will actually show.
No, of course not. Some other just another fun little bit about the Democrats. BLM
is suing each other.
Yeah, of course they are. Wait, how do I do this? Oh, wait, just let me turn off my, once. Okay, sorry.
Give me a sec.
Alright, BLM chapters sue. God. God, I hate when they're like a million things they want to show me. Sue organized head over alleged $10 million theft. Lawsuit filed by a coalition of 26 BLM chapters has accused the organization's foundation of unjust enrichment, specifically the theft of $10 million in charitable donations for personal expenditures. Now, if you guys aren't really aware, a whole bunch of BLM activists bought multi-million-dollar mansions off of this. I think we've talked about it in the past. But, yeah. BLM Grassroots claims that Shalomaya Bowers, the leader of Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation, defrauded the local activist groups by siphoning funds away from them. The assets that we built, the financial resources, the social media platforms, the name Black Lives Matter have been taken from us, and under the name of Control Consultants, Dr. Melina Abdullah, the director of BLM Grassroots and a co-founder of BLM Los Angeles chapter, said at a recent press conference. Bowers denies that he engaged in financial misconduct, suggesting that the BLM Grassroots Network is complicit in systemic racism. In launching, I want to reiterate what I just restate, suggesting that the BLM Grassroots Network is complicit in systemic racism in launching litigation against him. If you're not aware about what these people did, they have, I actually don't have these up, but I should bring them up, of the BLM women talking about their mansions. Have you seen this clip?
Which the BLM that buy a lot of mansions?
Yeah, I'll have it up. But there's like a lunch. It's like a luncheon where like a bunch of these BLM women are talking in their mansion about their
supposed problems.
Yeah, but is this it?
Basically, it's a giant.
I don't have it up. But like, there's you'll be able to find it. Is that there's a clip of these three black women who are all being like, we just like we're all multi-millionaires now. Yeah, and they were drinking champagne, and they're like, oh, we just fucking got away with goddamn murder.
Yeah,
it's pretty fun.
They essentially stole like what, $50 million worth of dollars.
It's a lot of millions.
Yeah.
However, I thought we should end.
By the way, is anyone
another white pill?
Is anyone surprised that happened?
No.
Look, a bunch of black people were thieves.
Unless you want to watch SFO's video about the Brandon speech.
Oh yes, please, let's do.
Okay, let's do it. All right, let's watch. Okay. I haven't watched it. No, I'll just do it through my thing, right?
Yeah.
Let's just watch it. You got it over here. You cool with that?
Okay, well, then I can't pause it then, that's the problem.
Okay, let's do it. All right, put together and watch the other link then. Do you want to, okay, should we first read the Wall Street Journal opinion article?
You can do what you want.
Whatever. Okay, whether or not we get to this Wall Street Journal opinion article, because I think we're going to watch Dev's video and give us our honest opinion, please check out this Wall Street Journal opinion article, because it's actually really good by Lance Morrow. He actually...
Yeah.
Is very fair.
He happens to be like an 83-year-old gentleman.
Yes, he's
also
old as
very
shit.
much helps.
And apparently I can't get into it from here, but so you'd have to. Let's just watch a Dev's video. Do you have a watch together link, or should I make one?
I have one. Hold on.
Okay. And we will end by watching Dev's video, because he told he was sounded very disgusted by my implication that Biden said that 74 million Americans were threats to democracy, which he directly said. I mean, he said that directly. He didn't kind of say it. He said that explicitly. That 74 million Americans were threats to democracy because they voted for Donald Trump. Now you could have like a weird kind of like, oh well, what does MAGA Republican really mean?
Loading? The hell isn't this
loading? Can you send me the link?
Hold on. I was wondering why the hell this isn't playing. Oh, there we go.
Oh. You cool? Okay.
Hold on.
You gotta do that dumb thing. Yeah, hang on. So I don't know. We'll see what Dev's advanced opinion is, because he said that mine was really dumb. So we'll see. Okay, so let's go.
Let's see what old Dev has to say.
Y'all have seen this comic before, right? I've used it in a few videos, and it seems like it's become one of those comics.
He might be very based in this video, I don't know.
On social media because it's so poignant.
But Spin, you heard his response to me before.
The centrist says both sides make good points. The leftist pushes him. He falls into the rightist camp and is helped up. And the leftist exclaims, "Why are you siding with the bad guys?" This comic is often reposted with comments like this. "This is my lived experience. Tim Pool and Andy Ngo are proof of this." This is the classic leaving the left narrative, which explains this phenomenon way more accurately than the alt-right YouTube pipeline narrative that breadtubers prefer to peddle. If you're some radical, it's more comforting to think that incremental exposure to more and more anti-left content through debates and collaborations are what pulled people away from your movement, rather than your own bad behavior. This idea is often made fun of by leftoids, like right here.
What?
Can't forget about those
I mean, that is correct.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if he was disagreeing with that, but alright.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, because that's sane.
Alright.
Leftists constantly pushing our enlightened centrist over into the loving embrace of the right. The point that they're making is, they don't believe these centrists were actually true centrists, but hidden rightists all along. The problem is, that isn't true. For most normal people, a lot of politics just comes down to in-group preference. And if you're treated badly by an entire wing of politics, it's way less likely that you're going to keep advocating for the principles of that wing. Now maybe you say this is weak-willed, maybe it is, but it's just also how a lot of people operate. Most people's principles aren't strong enough to withstand being completely vilified by all of their allies, while simultaneously welcomed with open arms by their enemies. Good actions tend to win.
No. It's not that your principles aren't strong enough, it's that yeah, I mean, it's going to take a lot of strong principles, but also socially, psychologically, if every single person around you is telling you that what you believe is evil, then you're going to be, and by the way, and it's the only thing that's allowed to be spoke to you, because the other side is demonized and not allowed in the public space, because that's what we're dealing with here. Let's not get this twisted. People on the right are excessively banned, so their freedom of speech is not the same as the left's freedom of speech at the current time, okay? So it's not just that you get bombarded with one side, it's that the other side isn't allowed to be heard, and that's a problem, Dev. I'm not, again, I really like Dev a lot as a person, but he like sounded exasperated when I said that 74 million Americans, that Biden called 74 million Americans enemies of democracy, which he did. And Dev can disagree with that, and he was like, "Oh, just watch my video." Essentially, I'm like, "All right, so here we go. We're gonna watch the video."
Win people over more than good theories. Of course, like all easily memeable ideas, this too can be taken to its absurd extreme. No, your average Trump-supporting MAGA hat-wearing Republican isn't a Nazi. But if you've paid attention to the online political space,
and none of them are, by the way.
As far back as when Trump began to win the 2016 primaries, you'll remember that leftoids absolutely loved to treat them as if they were, to the point that as a symbol, the MAGA hat was considered akin to the Nazi armband, and as a slogan, "Make America Great Again" was considered akin to blood and soil. All of the articles on this topic during the Trump presidency revolved around one point, while Trump himself campaigned on and repeated throughout his term that "Make America Great Again" didn't refer to returning America to some idealized past that never existed, like a neo-fascist might claim, nor did it refer to reinstituting America's old racial hierarchies, though the people at Charlottesville certainly took it that way, the people that Trump ultimately disavowed.
Right, thank you, Dev. The very fine people thing is always taken out of context. I'm sure he's about to say that as well here. I know that Dev knows that the very fine people thing was taken out of context, but I know that he'll say that, but sorry. I'm probably jumping the gun.
We condemn in the strongest possible terms this egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides. On many sides.
What it actually meant, or at least what Trump intended for it to mean at the beginning of his term, as far as I can tell, is rebuilding the less volatile, more reasonable politics of the 1990s. In that era, the Republicans were controlled by religious conservatives who had no problem being censorious and restrictive. Constitution be damned, while the Democrats stood for market liberalization, individualism, and open inquiry. But the early 2010s saw the rise of Antifa. We all witnessed in shock as the left began to radicalize, and a lot of those people who ultimately left the left
this
did
is
so
a little
because
bit
as
politically.
The left began to degenerate, Trump appeared.
Well, he's not wrong. I mean, I was sort of disagree with the 90s thing, but
this is a surface level understanding of politics, which is okay.
Yeah, but the left.
This is fine. This is fine as surface level understanding, which is fine. Yeah, surface level.
The rate of
the reality is that the left was always radical. That's the problem.
Yes, but I'm saying it was amplified more when the threat appeared mean man, Trump man.
Yeah, reality of the left was always moving towards this. It was how much they could push it.
They've been doing it for over 100 years.
So I do think that this is a little bit of a misunderstanding and a miscalculation and a misread of historical leftist political ideology in the actual literature. I would highly suggest that, again, Dev go and read. I'm not saying that he's ignorant, because I know Dev's a really smart guy, but I would highly suggest that if he wants to understand, like, it doesn't just pop out of nowhere.
I think he means more. I think he's comparing the sort of Clintonian era with the sort of modern day.
This didn't just flourish and flower out of nowhere.
No.
This comes out of a very, very long history of leftist political thought, and it was because of its rise through the university. The inculcation of many, many children over the decades.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like,
that allowed that
think
to
Clinton
come to
appears
prosperity.
not to be that compared to
Clinton.
Yes, compared to past ones.
No, but yes,
the 90s, it's not appears to be
the leftist is very
like the
different.
70s.
You're right, but we have to understand that Clinton is not really a leftist. He was a centrist.
Yeah, that's Dev's point.
Yes. But this leftist ideology is not new. It's quite old. It's been boiling for decades and decades.
It just seemed a bit slow under the Clinton era.
Right. It was under the Clinton era that it was kind of because it was lost in the academy. That's what it was.
It was
and so
when
well, I think the problem
the
is
Republicans take the House and Senate again.
I think the problem is that people. Dev's a little bit older than me, but I think people in our kind of age range, like, you know, we're the same age, Spoon, and people in our kind of age range grew up in the era of Clinton, where they were all in hiding because they were in the you know, they were in the academy just building this shit behind the scenes before they could take over.
I think Clinton was too busy
really
banging people.
No, but I'm saying, but the general the extreme leftists. Who have always existed in massive quantities were waiting in the universities at that point. They were not taking over, and I think Dev maybe
they were too young to take over the
they hadn't quite come. They hadn't metastasized. Is that a good way to say it?
Young.
Right, they hadn't quite metastasized into a full cancer yet.
They're being groomed for the next generation.
Yeah.
Towards that mainstream center classically liberal position that the left had abandoned. Go back and watch those 2016 debates, man. Trump sounds like a Democrat. The reason all of these articles revolved around the secret dog whistle of what Make America Great Again actually meant is because as the left devolved leftward and the common person
again, I haven't seen this, so I want to see what he has to say about Dark Brandon's speech.
With moral force that could command the people to move left with them. This is how, while Trump was in office, the left managed to accelerate the capture of a lot of the West's non-governmental institutions. You don't want to be a racist, do you? You like equality, don't you? Nobody wants to be the one to say no to those questions. Antifa committed a lot of violence.
Or maybe
BLM
Spoon.
rioted in a lot of cities. But at the end of the day, these institutions weren't captured with force. They were
Well,
you don't want to be a racist, do you? And I said, well, maybe a Spoon.
yeah, I won't be one. I don't give a fuck.
I know,
captured with moral persuasion.
You're a fucking South African. You're like kind of allowed. I think you have like a just allowed degree of racism.
You were the brave soul who came out and said, I don't think this is racism, or I don't think equality is appropriate in this specific case. You were a MAGA hat wearing Trump-tard, and therefore the left was morally unshackled to do with you as they will. It's the my enemies are ontologically evil meme, and this is absolutely how the left behaved during this period. They
still do, Dev.
That's still how they behaved, Dev.
Did shit that I remember the religious right doing when I was young, and all of us reasonable
still
center
are.
liberals were shocked. This is who we'd thrown our lot in with? We're talking about people like the teacher who ripped a pro-Trump pin off of her student's shirt. Keep in mind that teachers have no problems with political symbols in the classroom as long as it's their symbols.
I was really shocked that a teacher especially would do that.
16-year-old Sadie Eargood says the teacher started
but
it
is
by
he acting
saying
like this
he
isn't
didn't
like
the
10
pin she
times
was
worse
wearing.
now than it was in 2016? It's like 100 times worse now.
I said that's
The government sucks. Best kid.
Yes, I'm interested in where this is going. Like, I'm because I know that
He's
he was like,
libertarian.
no, he was just saying, Dev?
No, the girl in the video.
Oh yeah, I don't think Dev's a libertarian at all.
God, no.
No, I don't think he suggested he was. He kind of implied that like I needed to watch his video, so I wanted to watch it and see, because I agree with everything he said so far, just except for the fact that he has implied it was worse in 2016, whereas I think it's
worse now.
It's exponentially worse now.
Way worse
now. But let's see where he goes with it.
It's fine. You don't have to like it. We can have our opinions.
Eargood says after that, he tried to take the pin from her.
And he grabbed it and he pulled, and I tried to push his hand away, and he grabbed my shoulder and just kind of put his hand there and then started pulling more and more, and I just started backing up.
Eargood says the teacher took the pin off her shirt and put it on his own upside down, stating that it belonged that way.
Or the kids who kicked the shit out of a fellow student for wearing a Trump hat on a school bus, so badly he had to be hospitalized.
The video shows classmates shoving the 12-year-old.
I actually didn't even hear about this.
Supporting the president. His outraged mother says
which is insane. I think I would have heard about that.
I saw him being berated and bullied and beat, literally beat.
Or the grown-ass
and mom's not white, the irony.
Man who attacked a 16-year-old at a Whataburger in San Antonio for wearing a MAGA hat, just out of nowhere.
President. You ain't supporting. Right now, police are looking for...
Yeah, very tolerant.
That man who was caught on tape, on camera, throwing a drink at a teenager in that video, the man in the red hat, and walks off with the teenager's hat, pulled it off so aggressively, he also pulled out some hair with it.
Or the woman who stole a MAGA hat from a 7-year-old boy and got into a fight with his parents over it.
A 7-year-old? I don't remember this one either.
Get off my property.
Dev knows more of the assaults than I do.
You know that's a felony? That one too. We don't get
With the mask on their faces, of course.
Get away from out. Get it, Liam. Get it. Touch my hat. Take your ass hat.
These people are insane. I hope that this is evident.
Or a group of young people ranging from 18 to 20 who all beat up the owner of a New York City art gallery for wearing a MAGA hat while walking down the street.
They flipped my hat first and then they bashed me. So.
You're watching cell phone video recorded just minutes after the attack of this New York City art gallery owner by more than a dozen teens. It left him covered in bruises. You see right there, blood vessels broken in his eye.
But Jussie Smollett
with open violence against people who supported Trump or wore MAGA hats. Or hell, even people who weren't actually wearing MAGA hats. Their attackers were just too stupid to do a double take. Like that chick who wore a Make Bitcoin Great Again hat, who got pepper sprayed by a black bloc goon. She wasn't even a Trump supporter. This was early 2017. At this point, there were a lot of parody hats floating around, but the rampant violence against people wearing them put a stop to that. At least Lo Ping made a good troll out of all of this. A MAGA hat that says "Made You Look" is pretty funny, except for the fact that you might get hit with a lead pipe as you're walking down the road. But read these unreal fucking comments, dude. POC and LGBT, this is before QIA+ was added, and all immigrants will not read the hat. They'll see it from a distance, instantly feel unsafe and uncomfortable, and you'll have put some...
If you think a hat is a threat to your existence, you're a fucking insane pussy.
I'm waiting for where Dev's gonna say shit about Dark Brandon that I'm supposed to disagree with, because this is all very agreeable and just truth. So I'm waiting, because again he said like he thought people were gonna get really mad at this video. So
yeah,
we're more than halfway in.
Space. You can tell this comment was made by a white woman because actual minorities are in the replies saying that she's a retard for thinking that they can't read.
That's the funniest bit so far in the video.
Yeah.
Like I said, they treated the symbol of MAGA as if it were a swastika. Meanwhile, leftoids had, and still have, no problem at all displaying actual flags and symbols of legitimately repressive ideologies. In the recent Dark Brandon speech that a lot of rightoids
here we go.
Just have their panties in a bunch over. Biden said that while MAGA Republicans are not the majority of Republicans, they do represent a threat to the stability of the United States.
Except they are the majority of Republicans.
They are the majority of Republicans.
Yeah.
So you need to, Dev, you're going to have to explain how they're not the majority of Republicans.
Yeah. What was the percentage that Liz Cheney lost by? 37%?
The reality is that MAGA Republicans, what does that mean? What is a MAGA Republican? Dev, you have to define what is a MAGA Republican.
We're basically libertarian Christians.
No, it would be people who voted for Donald Trump. That's a MAGA Republican, right? Anyone who voted for Donald Trump. That's what that means. So if MAGA Republican means someone who voted for Donald Trump, then that means 74 million Americans. Not, he might say it's a minority, but that's because Dark Brandon is wrong because he's a senile old fuck.
So what else he said? Not because they're his political enemy, but for two main reasons.
No, because they are his political enemy. That's why.
They are his political enemy. Yeah,
they are, and again, Tev, this doesn't make any sense. Okay, now you've lost me. This is the part, I guess, that you thought people would get upset about.
Off the rails, yeah.
Okay. MAGA Republicans are 74 million people. Those are the people who voted for Donald Trump. They are now the majority of the Republican Party that supports Donald Trump. If you have looked at the Republican Party from CPAC, you can look this up right now. What is the percentage of Republicans who said they would vote for Donald Trump? It's like 75% they say they want to vote for Trump, and like 20% who'd say they vote for DeSantis.
His in-party approval is over 90%. It's insanely high.
Yes, the Republicans overwhelmingly support Donald Trump.
So he is the party. That's just it.
So he is currently the party.
The old like Bush Cheney wing, that's dead. That's gone. It's MAGA.
Precisely.
That's Trump. Trump is the Republican king.
Right. So if you're saying MAGA Republicans, you mean 90% of all Republican voters.
You mean the Republican Party.
Which means you mean the entire Republican Party, essentially, 90% of the Republican Party, and 74 million Americans, which is a third of the American electorate. That's what you're saying are threats to democracy. Now, I would like to see how he walks that back about how that's not a threat, or how it's okay to call a third of Americans a threat to democracy, aka terrorists. But let's
MAGA Republicans are not the majority of Republicans. They do
but
represent a threat to the stability of the United States. Not because they're his political enemy, but for two main reasons. One, because they simp for authoritarian leaders that appear to be more...
No. That's what he says they do.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. All right.
Traditionalist and are willing to stand up against the expansion of liberal values, like Orban or Putin. And two, because nearly 2 years on, they still maintain that 2020 was stolen from them. Even after recounts came in, audits were conducted, investigations pushed on, and...
no one believes those.
Not really, no.
Yeah,
they weren't legitimate.
That's the fucking problem. Like, you can't say you trust the DOJ when Hillary Clinton... Literally, like, look, here's the evidence. You violated the Espionage Act. Oh, but the
and she was just allowed to get away,
and then she just walks
away. And now they just fucking invade Mar-a-Lago with really nothing, and then they find documents that say nothing, and still just whatever. We're allowed.
I don't understand how you can have 6 years of investigation where people scream Trump is guilty. There's no fucking evidence. But if the right points of the evidence, like, would you mind investigating this? And then people say no, and you can't talk about it.
But her emails, you're not allowed to investigate her emails. But let's raid Trump's fucking house.
Look,
we can't find anything.
People look at the FBI and think the FBI is insanely fucking corrupt. So when you say, Dave, that there's been tons of investigations, no one fucking believes that's legitimate because no one trusts the fucking FBI.
Because the FBI has proven, Brandon says he can't control them.
Yes.
Okay, so Brandon says he can't control them until he said he can control them, and he did tell them to do it. So which one is it? I'm feeling a little bit confused now. Biden originally said that he didn't order it. He has since come back and said he did order the raid on Mar-a-Lago. So which one is it? This is feeling a little bit confusing to me. And I think I understood what you were saying the first time, but I think he's actually not saying that this is what they believe. I think this is what he's saying he believes.
Court cases worked through, almost all of them showing smoke, but no fire.
That's untrue, but okay.
Yeah.
Whenever I bring up the 2020 election on this channel, I always get comments saying the same few points. What about the extra ballots coming in from trucks or in cases? Yeah, it turned out those were legitimate ballots being...
Where was the evidence?
Who the hell believes that? Who the hell believes that, like, 100,000 ballots at 3 a.m., that mysteriously no one is around to count, suddenly gets counted in the middle of the AM, and they're all for one guy? That's legit. Like, you have to be insane to think that is legitimate.
It's just it's no offense to our friend Dev, but he believes in the Democrat system. He doesn't think that there could ever be corruption. I don't think that there could be corruption.
No.
And I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't think Dev understands that a democratic system could be corrupt. Only a communist or a bad democratic system could be corrupted.
What the hell is with this fucking dating shit? Fuck off.
It's fun. We can just get rid of it. It happens. So I think that's the case, but it appears to be the way that he believes is that only that a democratic system could never have any corruption within it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll invite Dev on. Dev, if you'd like to come in next week and defend this position, I'd love to hear why you think that's the case. Because Dev is not an idiot. We know he's not. So I'd like to hear his response.
Delivered to the polling station. What about people putting cardboard boxes on the windows? Yeah, it turned out that those wanting to watch the process weren't legitimate poll watchers. They were only
what? Even if they weren't legitimate poll watchers, why do you still have to...
You're not allowed to see the polls. You're just not allowed. How dare you? You're not allowed.
That doesn't make any sense.
Dev,
even if they weren't, what does that have to do with that?
Come on. You're not allowed. No, this is a free democratic society. But you, pathetic plebeian, you're not allowed to see us watch. You're not allowed to watch us count the votes. Dev, that's a really silly argument. My dude, come. You have to be a legitimate. This is an appeal to authority shit. My God, dude. I'm sorry. Again, love you, Dev. But what the fresh fuck? What the fresh fuck, my dude? What the fresh fuck?
only there to intimidate the process. What about how
they were there to intimidate the counters? Fucking really?
Sorry, continue.
all the mail-in ballots were overwhelmingly for Biden? This makes sense considering that Trump told his base that he believed the mail-in ballots were not to be trusted.
And then they didn't audit on the mail-in ballots, and they were all kinds of fucked.
Yeah, it's the reason I find this suspicious is why was this only done in like 5 swing states that Trump was all in the lead of? Why did this not happen in every other fucking state? Why was this only in 5 swing states that Trump was ahead of? Why is it only that? Don't tell me this it's like 45 other states had no fucking problem, but in these 5 ones, like, no, this is ridiculous.
Why is Dev doing this? And he said like it took him 2 years to work up the courage to make this video. So why is he doing this now?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know what the purpose of this is, but this is very silly. It's now not just a little bit incorrect, but now we actually have so much data to prove that like a lot of things that he's saying are factually incorrect. That I don't know why you would say things that got debunked over a year ago now.
Also, that a whole bunch of election laws were illegally changed the last like couple of minutes before the election, which was totally not,
So I don't quite understand.
Threw $400 million into the election while these people scream about money in politics.
I don't quite understand why you would say like it's taken you 2 years to have the temerity and the bravery to talk about the U.S. election because you thought people were going to make fun of you or not going to like what you were going to say. When in fact now the things that you're saying are demonstrably incorrect, and we have data that show that they're incorrect. So I mean, it's difficult to understand. Like, for example, the fact that we know that a whole bunch of the mail-in addresses were under bridges.
And someone was thrown out.
I mean, the addresses literally reached back to underneath a bridge. Okay, like a whole bunch of them did. They were not even real addresses. So I'm not saying it's all of them, but like when you have this non-accountability mail-in system, you're going to have a lot more problems. And there's no mention of any of that. This is probably maybe the worst time to. Why would you do this then, when now all the things that you're saying have in fact been debunked? I don't quite get. Unless, are you afraid that did Dark Brandon's speech terrify you? That he's not going to come. You're in Canada, man. You're safe. He's not going to come for you. Don't worry about it. You're safe.
Yeah, you have big daddy to protect you.
Again, I like Dev, but to me it comes off like, are you afraid Dark Brandon's going to come for you for saying nice things about Trump at any point? No, he can't do anything to you. You're safe. You're safe in Leaf Land. Sorry, continue, Spoon. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
More Republican votes would have been cast in person. What about how the court cases were thrown out and not even looked at? Yeah, they were thrown out because there was literally so little evidence, they didn't even make
They didn't.
Yeah, right. Who the fuck believes that?
Dev, they didn't even look at them. Why does that not
Doesn't
raise
make any sense.
any kind of suspicion in your mind that they didn't even allow the courts to look at them?
They didn't look at them because there wasn't any evidence. Do you not have to look at them to decide whether or not
to
to vote
determine
case?
if there is any evidence?
Yeah, that's...
Does that not proc the problem there?
Yeah.
With the contradiction?
How that one makes
They
sense.
didn't look at them because there was no evidence. Well, how did the courts know there's no evidence? It's a mystery, I guess.
Unless he means the courts looked at them and decided
They
not to
didn't,
go
though, because the courts
Okay.
didn't look at them. Not in the. They didn't actually go through the actual full court process to look through them to find out. They just made a decision from the bench. So you want more decisions from the bench. You do not want things to be brought forward towards a court of law. You want it to be made behind the scenes.
By the way,
I'm
can-
against
can I-
that.
can I
As
just
someone who
ask a
does
question?
like some aspects of democracy. No.
Can I just ask a random
Yeah.
question? If there was nothing wrong with the 2020 election so secure, what in the fucking hell are the Democrats trying to pass a voting rights bill act for?
Why the Democrats trying to fucking hide everything about the 2020 election?
Yeah, why were you told you can't talk about it?
Yeah, why is it that we can't? It's like one of the things that we're more likely to get fucked up over us talking about the 2020 election than talk about the transgender stuff. It's the most illegal thing to talk
It's the
about.
most secure election ever, but we need voting rights.
Until Time
Why?
Magazine talks about how they fortified it and cheated.
And then even Bill Maher comes out and said, you deliberately suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Yep.
So you openly
They
colluded,
deliberately colluded and supported and suppressed
But
stories.
they definitely wouldn't
So,
do anything.
No, I don't understand how you can be 2 years out of this and be this confused. Unless you've deliberately removed
some
yourself
fucky shit.
from information because you don't... Look, I get it. If you're someone who thinks that democracy is amazing and it can never be wrong, you would... No, and I think this must be it. I mean, and I again, I'll ask Devon to come on next week if you'd like to defend this. Is it because you think that democracy would never intentionally harm its people? The people in charge of a democracy would never intentionally mislead or harm the
Yeah,
people.
the,
In which case,
the fascists.
oh my dude, I have so many things. Oh, I have many things to show you. Hellraiser intensifies.
Discovery, and Giuliani was ultimately disbarred over all the false shit he presented. Sargon and I both co-streamed the big election night event. With all of our pals together.
Giuliani was not disbarred for the false shit. By the way, like, Giuliani was just persecuted, not prosecuted. He was persecuted for his shit. But that's fine. You can think that Giuliani was right for being disbarred. It's fine.
What it was like being there. I remember thinking there was something fishy when the ballots stopped being counted in the wee hours of the morning. I remember seeing those viral videos begin to come out that, to my layman's eyes, didn't look quite right. I remember the wheels begin to turn.
No, that sounds like you got indoctrinated after the fact.
I saw that.
Your
in person
eyes
happening.
saw the evidence. No, do you hear what he's saying here? Is that he saw the evidence with his own lying eyes until the mainstream media told him how to actually feel about it. My God, Dev, really? You saw it with your own lying eyes until mainstream media outlets told you how to feel about it.
And
Dude,
then, and
are
then
you
told me I
serious?
can't ask questions about how the hell they got to this opinion.
And I'm sorry, but when someone tells you can't ask questions, you can't talk about it,
Instantly makes you suspicious.
it creates what's called psychological reactance. You're not an idiot, Dev. I know you're a very smart guy, so you must know that creates psychological reactance. When you tell people they can't talk about it, it inherently makes people think that there's something fishy going on. That's basic human psychology, and I know that you know that. So I don't know why you would say this kind of stuff.
Court cases filed, the audits and recounts requested, and I remember as
Which didn't go through. Almost all of them got denied. Almost all of the recounts got denied. By the way, do you forget that part? Almost all of the recounts got denied from happening. I guess we don't remember that part.
Not because of some grand conspiracy to keep Trump out of office.
Yeah?
Okay, I'm not even gonna say anything.
You're huffing copium if you believe that. There's
Okay.
Really?
No, he
kidding
just thinks that Biden's the most popular president in all of human history.
No, if you think that, you're insane.
I mean, that's what he's saying, is that Biden is the most popular president ever. And if you have any questions about the 2020 election, you're huffing copium.
You don't think that there is a
Biden who goes up and
Trump out of office? What do you think raiding his house was for?
If you don't believe that Trunanaba Shabata Pressure is the most popular president, and by the way, the most popular president, let's not lie, ever, he got more votes than Obama, then you're huffing copium. All right.
There's too many.
I'm just speaking as a psychologist. Come on, my dude. Like my shit doesn't come out of political polarization or partisanship. My shit comes out of basic psychological analysis. And I go, excuse me, I looked at all the data, and the data don't add up. So my analysis does not come out of political partisanship. My analysis comes out of psychology, and this is nonsense. But go ahead.
Is filed. The audits and recounts requested. And I remember as each of
most of them didn't go off. They weren't even allowed to happen.
Failed. Not because of some grand conspiracy to keep Trump out of office. You're huffing copium if you believe that. There's too many moving parts. I don't buy that officials across a dozen states, at the local, state, and federal levels, judges, lawyers from both sides, Republican and Democrat, even Trump appointees, are all complicit in a cover-up.
Really?
You see how big the deep state is? Like, really?
Really?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Because he's an outsider. He's not part of the elite. That's why he's not controllable. And even though he was controllable in so many ways, it's the thing that's hilarious, that he was actually controllable. But he wasn't a Biden. He wasn't a pure puppet. So that's why he wasn't acceptable. This is really sad, my dude.
Somebody would have leaked something. If a clerk...
Yeah, they do. They just get Clinton if they do.
And they have. You haven't seen all the videos of people being like, here's all my votes that I'm going to deliver. You just ignored all that evidence. You just ignored all of it.
Okay,
you ignored all of it.
Yeah, they leak something, then what happens? It gets suppressed by an entire fucking cabal of instruments. Like,
in other words, you've ignored all of the evidence to the contrary and said, well, there's no evidence. My dude, Dev, you're not dumb. What the hell is this? The videos of the people saying they were told to collect ballots, which they're not allowed to do. It's illegal ballot harvesting. You're just ignoring all of that? I don't even know what to say. Okay, fine. Go ahead. Sorry.
Supreme fucking Court can leak that Roe v. Wade was going to get overturned. Then
it wasn't the Supreme Court. Whoa. Can you roll back? Did he say the Supreme Court leaked that?
These are all complicit in a cover-up. Somebody would have leaked something. If a clerk at the Supreme Court can leak that Roe v. Wade was going to get overturned, then we definitely would have had a legitimate leak for the 2020 election.
That is not at all comparable.
Yes.
It's not at all comparable. Not even a little bit comparable. Supreme Court only has a couple. Only has a few. Clerks.
And
with the U.S. elections, you're talking about a massively diffused system.
Also, the whole point of the Roe versus Wade leak was to get a reaction from the fucking people, Dev.
Yes, and also...
That's not remotely comparable, for God's sake.
The difference is, too, is that you're talking about millions and millions of people involved in the U.S. election versus a couple dozen, maybe 2 dozen involved as SCOTUS clerks.
Yeah. And by the way,
these are very different things.
By the way,
they are not comparable.
Did we ever find out who leaked that? No, of course not.
No, of course we didn't.
No.
If there was something to leak. But there was nothing. As a regular person watching from the sidelines, it was reasonable to question the election considering what was coming out at the time. But all of those concerns have been resolved at this point.
No, they haven't.
No, they haven't.
In fact, Time Magazine bragged about it. Time Magazine bragged about it. So, Dev, you're just you're factually, functionally, and in every way incorrect about this. I don't know what else to say other than come on to the podcast next week and defend yourself. I do mean this in the nicest way possible, by the way, but this is not good.
And more about Trump's unpopularity in the end. Trump lost, fair and square.
All right.
You might want to tell why like 3/4 of the Republicans don't believe that.
If Trump lost fair and square, why are they trying to lock him up and make sure he can't run next time? Just asking a question.
And rather than gracefully take the L, he decided to completely destroy trust in America's democratic institutions.
Oh, trust me, that was over already.
You fucking
dude. Do you remember the 2016 election?
Yeah, you screamed 4 years Russia every single fucking day.
Russia.
The Democrats have contested every fucking Republican win since Bush. You think this is Trump? Get the fuck out of here, Dev. No, fuck off. That is such bullshit.
That's very, very dumb. Because again, Trump is the one who started the questioning of the integrity
there's a video going
of
around
the American Democratic
of Democrats for 10 minutes just blasting about how every bloody thing.
I played some of it earlier today.
Yes.
You were asleep. I played some of it earlier tonight.
Yeah, because it's a crock of shit.
Because they all claim that the 2016 election was rigged. They have claimed every Republican win is rigged, including Bush, who I don't like at all, versus Gore, was always rigged. Every Republican win, according to them, is fucking rigged. So excuse me. This is I don't know if it's just because you're a Canadian, but this is a nonsense and illiterate political take. And I don't mean that to be rude, but
yeah, that's just nonsense.
It's nonsense, Dev. I'm sorry. I'm really, again, I like you a lot, my dude, but this is nonsense, dude.
On his way out the door, as revenge against the electorate that rejected him. So, when Dark Brandon made a claim about MAGA Republicans, it felt like, to a lot of rightoids on the internet, that it was just a continuation of the left.
When he made a claim where he claimed that we were all traitors. I mean, we were all enemies of democracy. Could you state what he exactly said, Dev? Where he said that the 74 million people who voted for Donald Trump were enemies of democracy? The rightoids? 74 million people, a third of the American public, were enemies of democracy. Explain why we're just being little pussy bitches. All right, go ahead. Explain it.
To attack people wearing MAGA hats or voting for Trump, even if they were just regular Republicans. And Biden did walk back some of his rhetoric a little bit later.
Yeah, why.
No. Explain how he then walked back his walk back. Do you not get that part?
Yeah.
Where then a day after that, he walked back his walk back,
within a couple of hours, he posted on Twitter
which was significantly after Dev makes this video, because this is like now 5 days ago. So he knows that this is incorrect. Because then Biden goes onto his own Twitter and says, "No, I meant it. The Republicans are extremists." So get that shit in. Oh, did you forget that? You lost that somewhere?
By the way, how many times?
How interesting.
How many times has the Democrats called for the abolition of the Electoral College?
They've been trying to remove it for decades. Well, for about the last decade, for sure. Since
Dev,
Trump.
This is a really bad call.
Really, since Trump. Dev, this is... And Dev, when you knew before you made this video that people were going to not be happy with it, and your preemptive response is it's because they're all big, stupid dum-dums, it's not because...
Bad.
I'm not a big, stupid dum-dum. Maybe you think I am. I don't think that you think I am. I don't think you're a big, stupid dum-dum, Dev. I think this is kind of a dumb take, though. Continue, please.
Saying, I don't consider any Trump supporter a threat to the country. I do think anyone who calls for the use of violence, fails to condemn violence when it's used, refuses to acknowledge when...
By the way,
Dev, why don't you play the Dark Brandon speech?
Just
interesting, right?
Out of curiosity, how many times did Biden condemn the 2020 Summer of Love riots? Not once.
Not once. No, interesting. Do you notice, though? Dev quotes Biden's response, doesn't play what Biden actually said during his speech. I find that very curious.
He might do in the video, by the way.
Yeah, let's see. Are you going to play what Biden actually said, or are you just going to play what he responded to it with? Because, by the way, he then walked back this statement as well, Dev. I don't know if you're aware. On Twitter, he walked back this statement where he did say that he meant what he said, and that Republicans were a threat to society. So let's see.
When an election has been won, insists upon changing the way in which the rules you count votes. That is a threat to democracy.
I mean, that's literally what the 5 swing states did like a matter of days before the votes were cast, by the way. Hence the mailing ballot thing, but okay.
Democracy. I don't disagree with anything Biden is saying here. And when I reacted to the speech on...
I mean, we don't technically either. It's just that the Democrats are the ones guilty of that. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks incredibly projection.
It's very strong.
My only real complaint is that Biden didn't use rhetoric this strong when condemning Antifa's riots. Instead, only opting to say, Antifa's not an organization, it's just an idea, man, during the debate with Trump. Biden was too weak there. But here
too weak?
Now,
he just doesn't exist, basically. Just an idea, man.
Hold on.
When we cause the deaths of 30 police officers, it's just an idea, man.
when condemning Antifa's riots, instead only really opting to say, Antifa's not an organization, it's just an idea, man, during the debate with Trump. Biden was too weak there, but here and now, he's correct. Most of these people aren't inherently anti-democratic types. They believe that an election was stolen from them, and so they believe they're upholding democracy through their advocacy. That impulse is an admirable one, as it's in defense of
No, he said every Trump supporter is anti-democratic. He said Trump MAGA Republicans, which means Trump supporters are a threat to the democracy. Don't get that twisted at all. You're being obtuse intentionally, I think. Or confused. I don't know what the answer is. Continue, sorry.
That they want to protect. The issue isn't their morals. It's that in terms of the truth of the situation, they're wrong. If it really was the case that a cabal of anti-democratic deep state agents kept the presidency out of Trump's hands, and Biden really is illegitimate, then in that case, January 6th didn't go far enough. At that point, you have
that was kind of their point.
To violently take your country back, because democracy's already been overthrown. The problem isn't that these people were morally wrong. The problem is that they were factually wrong.
According to you.
Yeah, I guess so.
For something like a decade now, the left has overused words like Nazi and fascist and racist and bigoted. But ever since 2016, they've also overreacted to MAGA slogans and hats and other symbols. Everyone who was attacked in the street for wearing a MAGA hat didn't deserve it, full stop. It doesn't matter if their attackers had a genuine belief that their victims were Nazis, because they weren't. Just like how it doesn't matter if the January 6th rioters had a genuine belief that the election was stolen, because it wasn't. Nowadays, when Biden comes out and talks about the very real...
I do find it kind of weird, though, that as soon as Biden took office, he literally unplugged everything that Trump did and utterly destroyed the country from the ground up.
Yeah, he unplugged everything.
He literally, like, if you were to get into office, right, and you wanted to utterly destroy the nation, would you do anything different than what Biden's doing right now?
No, and including, let me put it this way, if people aren't aware, Biden undid Trump's medical aid to people who needed insulin. Biden undid that as one of his immediate actions when he got into office. He did not redo it until about 2 months ago. Okay?
Yeah, he also...
So he put in the same exact action as Trump, but he undid it a year and a half ago.
He also undid an executive order that specifically was helping to prevent the sex trafficking of children.
Yes, he undid it didn't matter. He just undid everything Trump did because Biden didn't know.
Destroyed energy independence, the southern border, printed a shitload of fucking money.
But it's okay because he's a Democrat, I guess.
Destroying the country in every single way possible. It's funny because Trump said, if you get this man in power, this is what's going to happen. And everything Trump said will happen has happened.
Yeah,
and they're trying not to get him to run again. I wonder why.
Just to me, the most crazy thing is that Trump does an EO to make it so that there isn't an increase on the cost of insulin to people who use insulin. One of the first things Biden does is undoes that EO to make it so that people have to pay more for insulin. Then, a year and a half later, Biden signs the exact same EO to protect the cost of insulin, now that it's gone up, by the way, to stop it there where it now is, and wants everyone to clap for him. Really? Like, come on. Are you just... Stop being silly. Let's continue, sorry.
Sentiments of some of the MAGA supporters in 2022. It feels a lot like the left baselessly attacking MAGA supporters back in 2016. Except now, the criticism of them is more real.
Oh, the criticism is more real? What? Wait, am I misunderstanding what he said there? Maybe I did.
Is he saying of some of the
hold on? It would help if you shush so I can hear what he's saying.
Sorry, I'll shut up. Sorry.
MAGA supporters in 2022. It feels a lot like the left baselessly attacking MAGA supporters back in 2016. Except now, the criticism of them is more real.
What?
Yeah, what?
And they have more ideological cover by appealing to how they were mistreated in the past. So we're kind of stuck in a bind.
Okay, that was the stupidest thing you've said so far, Dev.
Okay, what? Yeah. What?
Like, let me hear that again, because I think David's lost his mind.
Nowadays, when Biden comes out and talks about the very real anti-democratic sentiments of some of the MAGA supporters in 2022, it feels a lot like the left baselessly attacking MAGA supporters back in 2016. Except now, the criticism of them is more real.
No, it isn't.
It's real now. It wasn't real then. So, am I misunderstanding, Dev? That he's saying that the criticisms of the left from MAGA supporters back then was fake, and now it's real? That there's criticism against the left? Am I misunderstanding? Because I really don't know. I'm feeling a little bit brain broken on this. What the hell?
And they have more ideological cover by appealing to how they were mistreated in the past. So we're kind of stuck in a bind.
I don't think this is an ideological cover. I think it's just that you openly screwed around with the election. You boasted about it. And then when the right points are like, you are boasting about the shit, and they go, oh, well, you know. Like, yeah, there's... Hello?
That was
Biden is still running free. I mean, Hunter, by the way.
Yeah, well, who cares?
And yeah,
he's very based for a Democratic leader because he's on heroin and cocaine. How based?
The very same people that extremists on the left victimized over and over with no justification have now turned into extremists themselves.
Oh, fuck off, Dev.
What? Wait a minute, what? I don't understand.
We're the extremists, like, really?
Yeah, we're all the extremists, I suppose.
I didn't see them smashing up any fucking buildings setting on fire.
Yeah, what are we, setting on fire or blowing up, dude? Come on, what the fuck?
And their victimhood has granted them that justification. Good luck in de-radicalizing these people now. The more vitriolic commenters in my community like to denigrate me as a fence-sitter because I view myself as a centrist, a true classical liberal type, not as a dog whistle, but what I actually believe. I'm not a leftist.
Well, because you're not a centrist when you say things like this stuff. You're not, okay? You're just not. I know that. Can we talk about this for a second? The comfortable position of the centrist ideology, the centrist label, right? I'm going to call it the comfortable ideology, the comfortable framework of the centrist position.
The conservative version of Portland, Charlottesville, probably.
If I can say anything, even if it's really dumb, and if I call myself a centrist, it's fine. No, you're not a centrist. Sorry. You're not a centrist because what you just said is...
insane.
It's one, insane, and two, not centrist. Sorry, you have a left-leaning position on this, and it's okay. Why can't you just say I have a left-leaning position on this? Spoon, do you and I have right-leaning positions on things?
We have very right-leaning positions on everything.
Are we ashamed of that?
No,
I don't think so.
No, I'm actually quite proud to be monarchist.
That there's some people who like that were like, I have to be centrist. I have to be a centrist because that. No, you have a left wing position on this, and that's okay. But like, you can have centrist positions on things. This, what you just described, is not a centrist position. It's a left wing position.
Problem with saying centrist. I don't think the word centrist means anything.
No, because center, where the center is, moves. Okay.
Yeah, I think if you're actually like a centrist, it means you don't have any absolute values, which means you will just be shifted by winds because you're kind of a bitch. No offense
which means that you can be left. Which means if you're a centrist, you can be left or right.
Yeah, I think it just means you don't take any firm positions because you're weak-minded. No offense, but I think that's what centrist means. Because if you have no what was the thing? If you have no absolute values, you'll fall for anything.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah.
Am I drunk now? No, I wish I was.
Yes, you are, but I can hear your vocal inflection is different.
Oh, no, it's because I was smoking, that's why.
Okay.
No, come on.
But I'm also not a rightist either. And as I listened to that dark Brandon speech and heard him talk about the dangerous MAGA ideology and played back in my head all the times innocent MAGA hat wearers have been assaulted over the years, I realized that everyone in this conflict, on all sides, is incentivized to radicalize. It is in their own short-term best interest to make things worse, not better. And then I thought to myself...
That's democracy for you.
Yeah, there you go.
That phrase. Good luck in de-radicalizing these people now. Well, fine. I'll be the first one then. There's no shame in admitting that in the days after the 2020 election, I believed the election was stolen. But now, I no longer do. No offense sitting here. That's my position. I'm sure a few people in the comments will call me a...
What?
I don't even have any words.
Degenerate socialist cuck for plainly stating it, even though those same people would call me a fence-sitter if I didn't plainly state it. That's fine. I know it's not the majority of people watching me right now. The majority of you have told me time and again, you come here because I'm willing to tell you what I think, even if you disagree with me. And it's my honesty that keeps
yes,
me coming back.
that is true. Hang on, that is true. I am honestly interested in Dev's opinion. And by the way, Galactic Emperor Schlurm for $2 says, I'm voting in November. I'm endangering democracy. Yes, I'm sure you are if you don't vote for the way... If you are voting against the way you're supposed to vote, you are definitely endangering democracy, because if you're not voting for Democrats, you're endangering democracy. That's how voting works.
I mean, let's be honest. We like if Trump were to take power and suddenly become like King Uber Trump, like me and you are just gonna go, all right, that seems pretty base. We don't really give a fuck, to be honest. We prefer the system anyway.
Yeah, I know.
Everyone else would be losing their head, and we'd be just like, woo!
I'll have to ask a question. After this, if anyone would like to watch my new video, I might be up to play it, because I do have it up. So if anyone would like to watch my new video. No, you're going to be asleep. I know you're going to be asleep. But if anyone would like to watch my video after this, I will be in the Broken Crown server. I think we will watch my video. It's very, very long, but I think I'm going to watch it because I slept very, very late today because I was very, very sick. But now I have drank so much caffeine, I think I'm all right. So I'll be up.
Let's
finish.
Aiden smokes, does it contain helium?
No. Oh, it does actually raise my voice because because I don't know why it just does.
Yeah, you get all kind of chirpy.
Chirpy. Yeah, sorry. All right, let's finish this real quick.
Here's the honesty. Here's what I think. I think a lot of the people that Biden refers to when he says MAGA Republicans, which is not at all the majority of the right.
Yes, it is. It is the majority of the right. The voting right, that is
statistically.
baby.
Statistically.
Yes.
Most of these people were abused relentlessly by the left during Trump's term. They were told that the election was being stolen from them by the very same people who abused them. And after suffering that final humiliating loss, they've been embittered and radicalized ever since.
I don't think that's a correct assumption.
No. Okay, no, let me explain this. Do you know why there's a reason? And I said this in one of my videos. It's because when Trump says, if you take me out, this is what's going to happen, and they will completely fucking wreck the joint. Right? When you literally come out and say everything is the fault of the right while you inflict a catastrophic amount of damage of your own fucking incompetence or malice, that is what radicalizes them. It is not not because of the voting thing. It is because you fucking suck and blame it on the right, you shithead.
Oh, don't be rude. Okay, I get where you're coming from.
Dev.
Oh yeah,
Biden.
Okay. Yeah, Biden. I agree with you 100%. So I disagree with almost everything that Dev has said in this video. But how about
the latter half?
Yes, the latter half of this video. The first half was absolutely fine. Let me see if we can get Dev on the stream maybe next week to talk about this video, because I disagreed strongly with the last half.
I feel his comment section is probably not going to be very polite to him.
His comment section is probably not going to be great. If you would like to come watch my new video after this stream, you can join the Broken Crown Discord, which is linked down below underneath here. I'm going to stream my new video, and we can come watch it, and we can double check it for errors, which is what I usually do, but I've already done it once, but we'll do it again. Thank you all so much for watching, and thank you guys for being here a little bit late. The video probably will not come out till Monday, and the reason why is because YouTube does not... People don't watch YouTube videos on the weekend, so it's really, really bad if you release a YouTube video on the weekend. Or on Friday. Yeah. For people who, like myself, who make like giant videos, it's not a good idea to release a video. It's just not a good idea. So thank you guys again so much for checking us out. Hope you've had a fun time. We've been here for 4 freaking hours. I will be here for another hour and a half over in the Broken Crown channel because I'm awake for whatever the hell reason, because I'm coming out of my sickness now, and apparently that's how I'm going to do it. Thank you guys so much, and as always, dear friends,